Chapter 219. Seifin's upper body floated up, but his body was still trembling. Compared to Evil Moon, he trusted Emperor Kurobutsu more. If it wasn't for Emperor Kurobutsu, he would have died countless times already. There was at least one thing he was sure of: Emperor Kurobutsu wouldn't harm him or use him. In a sense, Emperor Kurobutsu didn't seem like a person of darkness. Although he was extremely domineering, he had never lied in his life. Whether it was his enemies or his brothers, none of them doubted a single word he said. Seifin looked at Evilmoon's doubtful gaze and hurriedly said, "Lord Evil, this is indeed my big brother. Although he no longer has a physical body, I will never forget his aura. Only my big brother has such an aura. Big brother, how did you survive? Back then, I thought you were already dead. You're finally back. Your brother missed you so much. Back then there were 8 of us, but now there are only 2 of us left. Big brother, don't abandon me this time." Compared to being controlled by the evil lord, how could it compare to following a big brother who loved him? Emperor Kurobutsu said indifferently, "I indeed couldn't resist the god's punishment back then, so my physical body was destroyed. But the moment my body was destroyed, I pulled out my spirit and soul and entered a deep sleep in the demon-devouring blade. You idiot, I was always by your side, but you only cared about your own cultivation. Fortunately, Nianbing picked me up, and his courage gained my recognition. Under the effects of his innate energy, I was gradually awakened and absorbed some dark energy, gradually recovering. Now, I'm just like you, an energy body." Evil Moon looked at Seifin and Emperor Kurobutsu, his eyes flashing. He knew clearly that Emperor Kurobutsu's appearance made it very difficult for him to control Seifin. Moreover, the situation in front of him was no longer under his control, because Seifin had his own magical restrictions. So, during the Blood Moon ceremony, apart from the vampires who were under Sina's control, most of the undead army were under Seifin's control. Seifin no longer needed to be controlled by him, so he would definitely stand on Emperor Kurobutsu's side. And Emperor Kurobutsu also called Nianbing his master, so he had no other choice. Moreover, the Black Martial Emperor had never told a single lie in his records. If Nianbing really wanted to work with him, then why should he fall out with them? Thinking of this, he immediately made a decision and immediately put on a smile. "Congratulations to Emperor Kurobutsu for reviving. With your affirmation, I'm naturally willing to cooperate with Brother Nianbing." When Nianbing made up her mind, she had already discussed with Emperor Kurobutsu about Seifin. That was why there was this scene in front of her. She looked at Evil Moon's flashing eyes. She knew that although Evil Moon seemed to have compromised on the surface, he actually didn't really agree to cooperate with her. Now that Seifin was under Emperor Kurobutsu's control, it meant that he indirectly controlled part of the undead. With her own 600 subordinates and 200 god-killing crossbows, Nianbing was confident that she could completely destroy Evil Moon and his undead army. However, she couldn't fall out with him now because only Evil Moon knew how to summon back to the lost continent. Therefore, she had to use him to achieve her goal. She patted Halogen's shoulder and said, "Big brother, we should also let the evil lord see our sincerity. Lord, evil lord, this is my big brother Halogen. He came back with me from the godly continent." Big brother Halogen's ancestors had participated in the Great War 10,000 years ago. Moreover, his ancestors came from the lost continent. This time, part of the reason for this operation is to let my big brother return to his homeland. With big brother Halogen here, I think you should be able to trust us. I'm sure you've heard of the dwarf clan's persistence. Dwarf clan. While Evil Moon was puzzled, he saw a yellow light leave Halogen's body and float into Nianbing's hand. It turned into a simple longsword. Halogen's real body appeared in front of him, wearing a black armor and holding a black battle axe. That's right. I am the last dwarf on the godly continent. Helping my homeland return is my biggest wish in life. We don't need to lie to you about this. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but not to mention those god-ranked experts. Even if the 7 Dragon Kings use their full strength to attack with draconic magic, your undead army might not be able to resist for long. If we were with the 7 Dragon Kings, there would be no need for us to come here and talk nonsense with you." As he spoke, the god-slaying axe in his hand chopped into the air. A black light that was 10 feet wide broke through the air and rose to a height of several thousand feet. The coldness of the extremely cold land seemed to be cut apart by this axe. Several ice tornadoes that were enveloped by the axe light were instantly cut in half. The wind and snow scattered as if they were separated into 2 worlds. Seeing this scene, Evil Moon couldn't help but be shocked. With such a large range of fighting power and the ability to extend more than 1,000 feet, this dwarf alone was enough to match him, not to mention the existence of the unfathomable Nianbing and Emperor Kurobutsu. If he joined forces with these 3 people, his chances of success would naturally be greatly increased. Just as Halogen said, if they were with the 7 Dragon Kings, there was no need for them to come here to discuss with him. With them cooperating with the 7 Dragon Kings, his undead army might not be able to resist. Thinking of this, the last trace of doubt in his heart disappeared. "Well, since you are so sincere, we can work together to complete the return of the lost continent. However, if it's as Nianbing said, at least 10 god-ranked experts have come to the Yangon continent, plus the 7 Dragon Kings. I'm afraid that even if we join forces, we might not be able to stop them from destroying the plan. Do you have any good ideas?" Nianbing said, "I already have some plans, but I hope to know the specific method you use to open the sealing bottle of Miordas. Only then can I cooperate with you better." Evil Moon's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Nianbing with a different gaze. He wasn't a fool. Naturally, he considered the possibility that he would end up benefiting someone else. A genuine smile appeared on his face, and the dark red light returned to its dark green color. "It's actually not difficult to open the seal. The key is time. I need at least an hour to complete the curse to open the seal. As for the specific situation when opening the seal, I am not very clear. In the ancient records I found there is only a simple way to open it. So, the first priority of our cooperation is to stall for time." Looking at the smile on Evelmoon's face, Nianbing naturally understood that he would not reveal the truth to her. What he said about half an hour should be true, or perhaps it might be shorter than half an hour. Thinking of this, Nianbing smiled and said, "Okay, then let's bet on this half an hour. At that time, Sir Evil Lord can launch your spell to open the seal. As for the task of resisting the 7 Dragon Kings and those gods, leave it to me and your undead army to complete. We will cooperate with each other. As long as we delay for half an hour, the lost continent will be able to return. At that time, everything will be much smoother." Evil Moon could not wait for Nianbing to say so, and hurriedly said, "That's the best. Then my wife, Sina, and Safin will be in charge of the undead army and cooperate with your actions." Nianbing nodded and said, "In that case, we will go back first. At the latest tomorrow, I will bring my people to the valley and be in charge of the outer defense. Don't worry, I won't let my people enter the basin. Before that, I hope that you can let your undead subordinates carve out 200 caves with a diameter of about 10 feet on the ice wall inside the glacier for my people to hide." Evil Moon said, "That's easy. Safin, I'll leave this matter to you. You can also send them off while you're at it." Evil Moon naturally had his own plan, but Nianbing's arrival made him understand that the plan needed to be changed. Safin knew that after his spell was lifted by Emperor Kurobutsu, he could no longer gain Evelmoon's trust. Without saying anything, he took Nianbing and the other 2 to the valley outside, and only stopped when they reached the top of the glacier. "Big brother, thank you." Safin's voice was full of emotion. If there was anyone in this world that could make him treat sincerely, then perhaps it was only Emperor Kurobutsu. Emperor Kurobutsu waved his hand and said, "You don't need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Nianbing. I will contact you again." As long as you do as I say in the future, we will still be brothers. I will still be your big brother. At least follow me and Nianbing. No matter how this matter is resolved, we will do our best to keep you safe. Go, but don't stay too long. Evil Moon will be suspicious. Safin smiled bitterly. Big brother, you helped me remove the curse, so he's already suspicious of me. Evil Moon won't trust anyone easily. Big brother, if you really want to work with him, you must be on your guard. Until now, no one, including his wife, has been able to find out the secret to unlocking the seal of the sealing bottle of Miodas from him. I only heard that the opening of the seal seemed to have something to do with his daughter. Don't worry, I will definitely find out the truth. As for the 200 ice caves you want, I will make them as soon as possible. Nianbing said, Safin, let's not be calculative about what happened in the past. Let bygones be bygones. Although I don't like you. Emperor Kurobutsu told me that you were the one with the least bloodshed among the 8 heavenly kings of the Dark World. Therefore, I think that there is still a chance for us to cooperate. Can you tell me how strong Evilmoon's undead army is? Safin's body, which was made of gray mist, slightly fluctuated. He sighed and said, I don't like you either, I even hate you. However, I have to admit that you are already stronger than me. Seeing your strength, I really think that I have lived in vain. The 10,000 undead army in the Ice Valley were all selected and merged with each other. They are very strong. I think that any country's army that wants to fight against this undead army will have to pay a heavy price. On the surface, among the 3 parts of the undead army, I control the undead and zombies, and Evilmoon's wife, Sina, controls the vampires. However, among the 10,000 undead, the most powerful ones are the Zombie King, the Necromancer King, and the Vampire King. They are all under Evilmoon's control. They are his magic weapons to fight against the 7 Dragon Kings. Don't underestimate the kings of the undead army. Not only are they intelligent, but they were also great masters when they were alive. Even I am only equivalent to 3 or 4 of them at most. If they attack together, the 7 Dragon Kings' draconic magic might not be able to do much. Evil Moon is a cautious person. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have come here so easily. Actually, you have been fooled by him. He already knew that the continent of gods would send people here, but he still insisted on coming here. He must have something to rely on. As far as I know, Evil Moon is the most outstanding lich ever since the invention of undead magic. He hides himself very well. You have to be careful. Don't be used by him and get hurt. Nianbing nodded and said, I know what to do. Okay, we will go first. We will come here tomorrow to set up. I think that the gods and the 7 Dragon Kings are probably nearby. The reason why they haven't made a move yet is because they are afraid that Evil Moon will escape with Miordas's bottle of sealing. So, they will definitely wait until Evil Moon starts to open the seal. After reminding Safin, Emperor Kurobutsu merged back into Nianbing's body. Together with Halogen, they floated away in the snowstorm. Looking at their backs, Safin couldn't help but sigh. 2 days later, the chaos would begin. No one could predict the final outcome. The original 2 sides had evolved into 3 sides. He didn't know if Nianbing and Evil Moon could resist the attacks of the Dragon King and the gods if they worked together. In fact, Safin's judgment was somewhat wrong. The dragons and the gods didn't have a good relationship. So the current situation should be 4 sides, not 3. Early the next morning, Nianbing brought her subordinates to the glacier. The elites of the Bloodline cult had trained in the cold snow mountain for more than 2 months. But compared to the snow mountain, this place was much colder. Fortunately, they had drunk a large amount of iron thread snake bile, which made their bodies much stronger than before. In addition, Nianbing had prepared clothes for them to resist the cold, so they were barely able to withstand the cold. The 600 people were split into 200 caves. They were divided into groups of 3. Their god-slaying crossbows were placed at the entrance of the caves. After making some simple modifications to the ice caves according to the required attack form of the god-slaying crossbows, they rested in the ice caves. Nian Bing sent the warm items that he had prepared into every ice cave. Together with the food that he had prepared, his efforts were in place. At this time, the only one who hadn't arrived in the ice valley was Kitty. Even Halogen didn't know where Nian Bing had sent Kitty. Evil Moon didn't appear, nor did he care about what Nian Bing and her subordinates did. However, Nian Bing knew that Evil Moon must know what she had done. Nian Bing also had her own thoughts. No matter what Evil Moon had left behind, the most important thing for her was to be able to withstand the attacks of the gods and the 7 dragon kings. As for what would happen when Evil Moon was summoned, she would have to rely on herself. With the god-killing crossbows and the zombie army, she didn't have much to worry about. What the 200 god-killing crossbows needed to do was to slow down the attacks of the gods. Now, the most important thing for Nian Bing was to grasp the timing of Evil Moon's summoning. Only then could she achieve her goal. She and Halogen had become the final decisive force. Now there was also Safin. At the critical moment, under the influence of Emperor Kurobutsu, he should be on her side. In the cold valley, under the hazy sky, Ling Nian Bing was not used to the cold air. She and Halogen were both sitting in an ice cave and meditating. The decisive moment was coming. When night fell, the temperature in the ice valley began to drop rapidly. If Nian Bing hadn't prepared for her subordinates, they probably wouldn't have been able to withstand the cold. The atmosphere in the ice valley was very solemn. Time continued to pass, and the undead army, which was not afraid of the cold, began to move in an orderly manner. Around the top of the ice valley, zombies with spears were patrolling everywhere. The air was filled with ghosts and vampires who were in charge of scouting. Their blood was cold, and an austere and terrifying atmosphere filled the ice valley. At this time, this place could be called the Valley of Death. Yu was wearing a long black dress. Her hair was neatly draped over her back, and a black pearl necklace hung around her neck, which made her look more radiant. However, her big eyes were filled with a deathly stillness. She and her father had been standing in the middle of the ice valley beside the ice cave, which was constantly emitting extremely cold air. The evil atmosphere was getting stronger and stronger. The green light around Evil Moon's body completely enveloped him and his daughter. The stronger the yin qi was, the greater the benefit for him. The rich green light was constantly emitted. Every time it fluctuated, it could not only dispel the surrounding cold air, but also absorb some of the evil atmosphere to replenish itself. Yu, do you remember the spell that Dad told you? Evil Moon asked in a low voice. Yu didn't speak, but nodded silently. Evil Moon sighed and said, "Daughter, don't blame Dad for being cruel. If there were other ways, I wouldn't have chosen this. Dad promises you that if you can be safe after completing the spell this time, no matter what you want to do in the future, Dad will not stop you. Even if you want to be with Ping Chao, Dad will help you." Yu said indifferently, "I understand the meaning of the word sacrifice. I am a sacrifice. Dad, you don't have to say any more. I understand everything, and I will never hold you back. My life was given by you, and it's nothing to give it back to you now. However, you have to remember what you promised me. In any case, you must save Brother Ping Chao's life and let him go when things here are over." Evil Moon nodded silently and said, "Don't worry. Although I am not a man of integrity, I will abide by the spell of the dark world. Now the evil atmosphere has begun to rise. As long as the yin qi appears, it will be the time for us to take action." Yu did not speak again. She slowly closed her eyes, and 2 drops of crystal tears fell from her face, although she was protected by the energy of Evil Moon. When the tears fell, they still condensed into 2 clean ice crystals and fell to the ground, smashing into pieces. Whether it was Nian Bing or Evil Moon, at this moment they were all waiting for the arrival of the final moment. The sky gradually brightened from the extreme darkness. The dark clouds above the ice valley prevented anyone from seeing the face of the sun. However, the dawn before the storm still appeared. At this moment, the whole ice valley seemed to have completely turned into a gray world. The first to act was not Evil Moon, who was guarding the Eye of Een, but Nian Bing. Nian Bing didn't expect the evil aura to be so domineering. When he sensed the change in that instant, he released his heavenly eye domain without any hesitation. 7-colored light completely enveloped the ice cave where his subordinates were. Only with the help of the pure magic elements did they manage to isolate the evil aura. Nian Bing sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that if he had been just a little slower, his subordinates below the Martial Saint realm would have lost a portion of their battle prowess. Furthermore, if they had been taken advantage of by the evil Qi, they would have suffered irreparable damage to their bodies. At the same time that Nian Bing launched a sky eye field, Evil Moon also moved. Under the gaze of Nian Bing's psychic energy, he waved his sleeve. 7 black lights appeared in an instant and fell steadily around the cave entrance. They were the 7 Miorda's sealing bottles. As soon as the 7 black bottles appeared, they were contaminated with the Yin Qi and emitted a faint golden light from the bottle openings. Evil Moon shouted in a low voice. His eyes instantly turned blood red. He bit his middle finger and flicked 7 drops of green blood at lightning speed, which were printed in the center of the 7 bottles. Suddenly, the golden light rose in an instant and condensed in the air. Then, the golden light quickly enlarged, and a golden light column with a diameter of 3 feet soared into the sky. A low buzzing sound rang out like a Sanskrit chant. Every nerve in Evil Moon's body tensed up at this moment. The critical moment was finally coming. Yu stood up straight. At this time, there was a strange blood-red pattern between her eyebrows, exuding a dark red luster. Without waiting for Evil Moon's order, she had already lifted her foot and stepped into the golden light. At the same time, she also walked toward the Eye of Evil. "No, you don't." A shrill voice sounded, and a figure rushed over like lightning. Evil Moon's eyes flashed with a bloody light. He raised his hand and released a red light full of evil Qi, which immediately bombarded the figure and sent it flying. Yu's whole body shook. She withdrew her right foot, and her dead eyes were full of emotion at this moment. She looked back at the body that had been sent flying. Evil Moon said hurriedly, "Hurry up, don't waste time. Don't worry, he'll be fine. I promised you." Yu took a deep look at her father. Then she glanced at the direction where Ping Chao had been sent flying. She knew that Evil Moon would not lie to her at this time, so she did not hesitate. She finally took the step that she had taken back. When her graceful and delicate body entered the hazy golden light, she did not fall into the eye of ice. Instead, she floated in the golden light and floated in the middle of the 7 Miorda's sealing bottles. Silently, she floated half a foot above the ground. Her hands formed into claws, one above the other, and faced her chest equally. Tears once again fell from her eyes. They were not tears of sadness, but tears of despair. Just as Yu entered the golden light, the change that Evil Moon had been wary of finally happened. 2 streams of Qi, one green and one yellow, suddenly appeared from the left side of the ice valley. Fighting Qi broke out in the air and scattered into a rain of light. More than 10 figures appeared in midair, and an invisible pressure was exerted. Even the evil Yin Qi was unable to approach them. Hundreds of spears were hurled out from the hands of the zombies. The spears carried a sickly green radiance, and when the yellow-green specks of light fell from the sky, they erupted with a faint halo. It looked like a thin green veil, instantly pervading the dozen or so figures. However, it was precisely this layer of faint light that floated and blocked the spears that were hurled at them. No, to be precise, it should be smashed. When the spears came into contact with the green light, they did not leave a trace and disappeared into thin air. The huge pressure expanded, blocking the ghosts that were about to rush over. A low voice sounded. Evil can never defeat justice. If you violate God's will, death will appear in front of you. Ghosts in the dark. Why don't you put an end to your childish idea? Could it be that you have to die without a burial ground before you know how to repent? Although Nian Bing was far away from the guy who suddenly appeared, when she heard this voice, she could not help but be shocked, because this was the voice of the sacred teacher. In the air, the pure white light wrapped around the sacred teacher's high-spirited body. Including the sacred teacher, there were a total of 11 people. Although the light around the sacred teacher's body was not the strongest, he was in the center position. Every word he spoke carried a pure aura, causing the surrounding ghosts and spirits to continuously retreat. The sacred teacher's holy aura was the nemesis of these ghosts. The gods finally appeared. There was one more person than Nian Bing expected. Judging from the energy emitted from their bodies, it was still within Nian Bing's expectations. If Theron had not died at their hands, he could be regarded as a powerhouse among this group of people. There were a total of 11 people, at least 7 of whom had reached the 13th level. With such a powerful combination, it was no wonder that they dared to face an army of 10,000 ghosts. Evil Moon didn't seem to hear them. He didn't move at all. His hands were constantly changing all kinds of hand gestures. Streaks of dark red light were accurately injected into each sealing bottle of Meodas. The golden light emitted by the 7 Meodas sealing bottles gradually merged with some dark red color. Yu didn't seem to notice anything that was happening in the outside world. She finally started chanting her incantation. She looked up at the sky. Her hands were still in their original position. A blood-red light appeared between her 2 claws. Her voice was very low, but it was also very calm and very slow. Every word that came out of her mouth was very clear. Most High God King of Flame King of 3 Horns Formation of please hear my prayer of me. Although she chanted each word very slowly, her face became paler with each word, and the blood-red light between her claws became stronger. A layer of faint black mist surrounded her body, and the blood-red symbol on her forehead became clearer. Under the cover of the extreme Yin Qi at this time, she was like a queen in the darkness. Yu's incantation was so clear that Evil Moon, Nian Bing, and the 11 gods led by the sacred teacher naturally heard it as well. When she chanted the 5th word, the sacred teacher raised his right hand, and all the 11 gods launched an attack at the same time. Without exception, they all used Do Qi. Red, blue, yellow, green, silver, white, black. Every attribute of Do Qi existed among these gods. Their movements were so fast that even Nian Bing was surprised. The light of Do Qi didn't spread over a large area, but every Do Qi attack brought out a long gully. The Do Qi filled the sky, and the ghosts surrounding the gods were instantly dispersed by the sacred teacher's holy aura. As for the zombies that were madly rushing towards them, they didn't even have the chance to fall to the ground before they were ground into fine powder. And at the same time when the gods launched their first attack, Nian Bing also sent out his own signal. At this moment, although he respected the sacred teacher, he couldn't have the slightest hesitation. Although the gods were powerful as he had expected, the simultaneous attack of 11 experts of the 12th and the 3rd step was still very shocking to him. Moreover, the 7 Dragon Kings hadn't appeared yet. Once these gods rushed into the Ice Valley, Yu's ritual could be interrupted at any time. When Yu started to chant the incantation and floated in the golden light, Nian Bing discovered that he had seen this girl before. Looking at her pale face, Nian Bing felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. But at this time, there was no time for him to hesitate. The gods in the air not only brought great pressure to Evil Moon, but also to him. Nian Bing waved his hand, and at the same time when the first wave of attacks from the 11 gods wiped out all the zombies on one side of the Ice Valley, 100 red phantoms quietly appeared. Just when the 11 gods launched their attacks at the same time, the 100 phantom-like rays of light appeared. The range didn't expand, and they were all aimed at the 11 gods in the air. As the first attack, Nian Bing didn't add any tricks to his plan. This was because he knew that the gods were extremely arrogant. When facing an enemy, they wouldn't easily dodge. Therefore, this first wave of attack was also the most effective one. A total of 100 fire element god-killing arrows quietly appeared. The dark red light didn't give the gods much time to react. Among the 11 gods, even the sacred teacher didn't put up much of a guard. 7 of them didn't pay attention to the red light, but condensed their dou qi in preparation for the next attack. Only 4 of them faintly felt that something was wrong, and released the energy that had just risen. Chapter 220. A shocking scene appeared. The sky above the ice valley, which was full of evil qi, turned red in an instant. The huge roar was accompanied by the shattering of the yellow-green barrier under the deities. Only 5 god-killing arrows had broken the barrier below them. The remaining 95 arrows did not stop at all. They had already arrived in front of the deities the moment the barrier was shattered. The continent of gods was a place full of danger. Over there, everyone had to constantly guard against the attacks of magical beasts and their own kind. Although the gods were arrogant, they also had extremely high vigilance. When the violent explosions sounded, when the sense of crisis assaulted them, they made the fastest response in a split second. No one could describe that gorgeous scene. Unusually gorgeous fireworks appeared in the sky. The milky white radiance instantly filled the air. Gold, red, blue, and green radiance were the main 4 colors. In an instant, a dazzling light burst out. However, although these lights were gorgeous, they could not compare with the red light that covered the sky. The aura of fire instantly caused the temperature of the entire ice valley to rise sharply. On the side of the deities, the ice valley, which was 300 feet high, disappeared in an instant. All the deities, without exception, were blasted thousands of feet away by the huge shock force. Evil Moon's expression changed. The chill in the ice valley instantly weakened, but the eviline energy wasn't affected. However, what had just happened left him dumbfounded. Of course, he knew who had done it, but he never expected that Nian Bing would be of such great help to him. Seeing the scene, he could not help but be a little absent-minded. Initially, his heart had sunk when the 11 gods had appeared. Although Nian Bing had told him about the number of gods, he didn't fully believe him. It was only when the gods launched their first wave of attacks and easily destroyed thousands of enemies that he realized that he had made a mistake in his prediction. However, before he had the time to regret his mistake, Nian Bing's voice suddenly rang out in the air. Nian Bing had already given him a big gift. Evil Moon saw the red light. The sky was full of red light. The energy that burst out was the most gorgeous scene he had ever seen in his life. He knew that he was wrong. He had underestimated Nian Bing too much. To be able to reach such a level of attack, Evil Moon was very surprised. Only then did he truly acknowledge Nian Bing in his heart. This was because he knew that if this attack was directed at him, then he wouldn't even stand a chance. Raising his head, Evil Moon looked at her daughter. The golden light of Mordaz's sealing bottle was still there, and it was not affected by the red light in the air. Faintly Yu's first incantation had just ended, and she began to chant the second. Before dawn today, except for Evil Moon himself, even Sina didn't know. The real host of the ceremony to open Mordaz's sealing bottle was not Evil Moon, but Yu, who was the sacrificial ceremony. Faintly Yu's voice was unusually calm. After the completion of the first incantation, the bloody light between her claws had expanded a lot, from a drop to a small ball. Her face was paler, but the black airflow around her body became more condensed. Her eyes had turned blood red at this moment, and the blood red light was full of the breath of death. This girl, who had already transformed into the Queen of Darkness, began her second chant, and also began the process of her becoming a sacrificial ritual. Honorable King of Demon Flame, King of Four Horns Formation, Commander of me, please answer my please. Faintly Yu's voice was still so low. It was still so clear in all directions. However, compared with when they heard her chant the first incantation. The mood of the 11 gods at this time had completely changed. When they heard faintly you chant the first incantation, they were very relaxed. They had been in Yangon for some time. No matter what kind of human beings they faced, they were invincible and invincible. On this continent, they had not met any forces that could compete with them. Although they did not know why they had lost 2 companions, with their cold temperament, what did it matter to them if their companions died? Before coming here, only the sacred teacher faintly felt that it would not be so easy to get back Mordaz's sealing bottle this time. Unfortunately, no one would agree with his idea. When they heard the incantation to start the ceremony, they knew that it was impossible to stop the ceremony. Therefore, they appeared. The first wave of attack, which was like a stalemate of ants in their eyes, was eliminated. Just when their arrogance was rising, a destructive blow suddenly appeared. The 11 deities were frightened out of their wits. They suddenly realized that they were so close to death. At that moment, all of them unleashed their strongest potential. 6 of them, who had already opened their Fangjia acupoints, instantly expanded their defense to the maximum. In order to save their lives, they couldn't care about anything else. Below, the beautiful light that Nianbing saw was actually not all their doqi. Most of it was the defensive spells that they had refined on the godly continent. Thousands of meters away, the 11 deities all spat out blood at the same time. Based on their reaction speed and strength, they had already suffered different degrees of injuries. However, what made their hearts ache the most was the loss of their protective spells. At least half of their defensive treasures had been used up, and most of them had been destroyed by the violent bombardment. Waves of scorching hot air rushed into their bodies. If they hadn't been living in the harsh environment of the continent of gods, they would have lost their ability to fight by now just from the scorching and crazy fire tribute aura alone. Compared to the shock of the gods, Nianbing frowned. He was not satisfied with the result in front of him. He was very clear about the attack power of the god-killing crossbow. It was not that he did not want to release 200 crossbow arrows at once. However, under the situation where the gods were standing so close together, if he released all 200 god-killing crossbows at once, some of the energy would be cancelled out in the collision. The effect might not be better than 100 god-killing crossbows. In Nianbing's original prediction, these 100 god-killing crossbows were the most important part of his plan. He only had this one chance to make use of the gods' pride, and only this one chance could let them take on the attack of the god-killing crossbows head-on. At first, he thought that this wave of attacks was enough to at least kill the weaker deities. However, things didn't go as planned. Under the protection of the 11 deities' extraordinary will to live and under the protection of the law of body protection, not a single deity was fatally wounded. In the distance, the gods outside of Zhejiang were in a very bad state. Not a single one of them was wearing tidy clothes. Some of them had even turned into the color of charcoal. However, this did not make Nianbing feel any better. Instead, it made him feel even heavier. He knew that the impending revenge of the gods could only be dealt with the number of god-killing crossbows. At this moment, Nianbing and the gods heard the second line of the spell being chanted. What attacked us just now? This was the same question in the hearts of all the gods. They all cherished their lives very much. Therefore, among the 11 people who were thousands of meters away, only the Sage Master was rushing back. The other 10 gods were floating in the air, using their doqi to support their bodies. While treating their injuries, they were also carefully observing the situation in the ice valley. They were not willing to joke around with their lives. However, just as the gods were preparing to continue waiting, a voice rang in their ears. After hearing this voice, the light in the eyes of the gods changed. Without any hesitation, the 10 of them followed the sacred teacher and rushed back. The second line of the spell was still being chanted slowly. At this moment, the slim figure beside him was trembling nonstop. It's them. Brother Nianbing, You must help me kill them. They were the ones who killed my parents. There's no one at the front, but the ones at the back have all appeared in our home." Nian Bing turned back to look at Kitty. His gentle eyes were filled with consolation. He said calmly, "Kitty, your enemy is your brother's enemy. As long as I can do it, today will be the day of our revenge." His voice was not loud, but every word was firm and powerful. Hearing Nian Bing's promise, Kitty's agitation gradually calmed down. Looking at the tall figure beside her, she took a deep breath. She knew that she would never be able to seal it. Brother Nian Bing in front of her. At this moment, Nian Bing moved. A blue stream of air carried his body and floated out. At the ice cave that was originally protected by his heaven's domain, a layer of Do Qi appeared at the entrance of the first ice cave. With Nian Bing's warning, under the circumstances of being prepared, the Do Qi defense would not be so easily penetrated by the evil Yin Qi. In just a few flashes, Nian Bing was already in midair. The snowstorm made his speed extremely strange. Floating in midair, Nian Bing directly faced the sacred teacher. The sacred teacher looked a little strange at this moment, because his complexion was not too good. Anyone who had just been bombarded by the God-punishing arrow would not have a good complexion. "It's you?" The sacred teacher's eyes revealed a somewhat puzzled expression. Nian Bing smiled slightly and said, "Isn't it me? Senior sacred teacher, we meet again. However, this time, I'm afraid that we are enemies and not friends. Could it be that you must stop this ceremony from being completed?" The shock in the sacred teacher's eyes disappeared before the other gods arrived. He said coldly, "This is our mission. Could it be that you want to see a scene of suffering and suffering? Miorda's bottle of sealing cannot be opened. Otherwise, you should be very clear about the consequences." Nian Bing said leisurely, "Of course I am very clear about it. However, I still want the lost continent to return. Could it be that if Miorda's bottle of sealing does not open, you gods will not cause suffering and suffering? I don't know if Senior Sacred Teacher has any feelings after returning to the Yangon continent. I think he must have. Compared to the godly continent, this is heaven. I don't know how long the seal on the godly continent can prevent your gods from returning to heaven from hell." The sacred teacher's expression changed slightly. He naturally understood the meaning of Nian Bing's words. His expression became somewhat complicated, but at this time, he did not have any other choice. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, a tall middle-aged man with a black aura appeared in front of the sacred teacher in a flash. He looked at Nian Bing with disdain. "Human, you are also a lackey of the undead. Since that is the case, you should go to hell. Everyone, hurry up and do not disobey the will of the gods. Spread out and be careful of sneak attacks." The prestige of this black-clothed man seemed to be much higher than that of the sacred teacher. Under his command, except for the sacred teacher, the rest of the gods instantly spread out and rushed down from different directions. Nian Bing did not move, but his spiritual power was connected to his subordinates. At this moment, a red and blue intertwined net appeared, and the place where this net appeared was the ice wall on the other three sides. The 200 god-killing arrows were not targeted at the gods. Although the shooting speed of the god-killing arrows was as fast as a phantom, Nian Bing was very clear that this speed alone was not enough to stop an expert above the 12th level. This was because above the 12th level, the speed of warriors could break through the limit and reach another level. Nian Bing also had this kind of speed, so he naturally knew what kind of situation to use and what kind of method to use. The moment the red and blue intertwined net appeared, Nian Bing's body disappeared in a ball of silver light. To him, every second of delay was a victory. Although he had only exchanged a few words with the sacred teacher, he was still able to delay the enemy for a few seconds. When Nian Bing reappeared, he was already beside Kitty, and the red and blue intertwined net had already exploded. Under the control of Nian Bing's spiritual power, whether it was ice or fire, every god-killing arrow contained the same amount of magical energy. Furthermore, they all had the same attribute of ice and fire. What would happen if 50 fire-type, God-killing arrows and 50 ice-type, God-killing arrows collided in the air in an instant? Perhaps only Nian Bing would be able to imagine it. The two God-killing arrows had two completely opposite attributes. Under the intense collision, the energy that could be released was much more terrifying than the fusion of ice and fire. And at this moment, Nian Bing launched such a terrifying attack. The violent explosion was several times louder than before, because this time the explosion was caused by the fusion of ice and fire. The huge amount of energy formed a huge explosion in an instant, encompassing every corner of the ice valley within a radius of several thousand feet. The huge explosion did not dissipate, and the explosive effect produced in an instant was comparable to that of 10 powerhouses of the 13th level. The large explosion naturally could not injure the gods like before, nor could it bring about such a huge impact. However, it was enough to just force them to retreat. The impact of the collision between the 9th level God-killing arrows had reached the 11th level under the amplification of the fusion of ice and fire. What was the 11th level? It was a forbidden spell. The power of 50 forbidden spells exploding at the same time was unimaginable. Moreover, such an explosion was limited to the center of the ice valley. Such a violent explosion caused the various magical elements in the air to go berserk, and a magic storm with ice and fire at the center continued to wreak havoc. At the same time that the gods were sent flying, a trace of doubt appeared in their hearts. Was this still the radiant continent? Could it be that they had returned to the continent of gods? It was a pity for the remaining zombies that were wandering around the peak of the ice valley. Under such a degree of explosion, they were turned into dust, just like the gods when they first appeared. The peak of the ice valley instantly turned white, but the violent magical elements caused the gods' expressions to become extremely ugly. Although they were forced to retreat, the anger in their hearts had reached its peak. At this moment, a figure silently appeared behind the retreating gods. This figure only had one target, and it was a 12th level god who could barely be called a demigod. He was the unluckiest person to be hit by the god-killing arrows, and he also suffered the most damage. When the second explosion sounded, he was like a bird that was startled by the twang of a bow. They were also the first to retreat. Flying with Do Chi was a very tiring thing to do, facing such a large-scale magic explosion. Although they were strong, they were all warriors. Facing such a magic attack head-on, they were all warriors. The damage they received was unbearable, so he was the first to retreat. When this unlucky god felt the space behind him fluctuate, he already felt a cold chill. The next moment, he found a headless body floating and rolling in the air. Then he saw a headless body floating and rolling in the air. Then the body disappeared in silence, leaving no trace behind. The last thing he felt in his life was that he had entered a boundless darkness. In this darkness, he discovered that death was not so scary after all. The silver light flashed again, and the pitch-black figure disappeared along with the fan-shaped black light. At this moment, the other gods finally realized that the pair of primes behind them had turned from 11 to 10. Almost all of the gods thought that this must be the doing of Nian Bing. However, in that violent tremor just now, they really did not have any way to rush in. Such a violent magic was wreaking havoc. In addition to the huge explosive force, they were still humans after all, and the plutonium was the sea god. There was a limit to what they could withstand. With their strength, they could only rush in with the plutonium. Perhaps this would only be temporary, but at the very least there was nothing they could do. Just when all the gods were on high alert and observing their surroundings, they discovered that Yu Yu's second incantation had ended. The entire space was in a temporary silence. Other than the whistling of the cold wind and the explosion of magic elements, there was not a single sound of human voices. Silence, a deathly silence, hovering in midair. Yu Yu could clearly feel that a formless energy was continuously flowing into her body. This energy seemed to come from the 7 Miorda's sealing bottles. although this energy was continuously flowing into her body. At the same time, it was also constantly pulling something out of her body. This indescribable feeling made the sadness in Yu Yu's heart continuously disappear. The world around her seemed to become clearer. She could clearly see Nian Bing's appearance, clearly see Nian Bing commanding her subordinates to launch the god-slaying arrow net to force the gods to retreat. However, all of this did not make her feel anything. At this moment, she could even clearly see the agitated magic elements in the air, the distance and relationship between them. This was a wonderful feeling. Although she found that her body seemed to be weak, but in between breaths, she found that everything in front of her was somewhat hazy. She seemed to have seen another world, a world full of green. Yu Yu didn't stop. She naturally didn't know what was going to happen next, nor did she want to know what was going to happen next. However, her incantation continued. With Nian Bing's help, she continued to chant the incantation that her father had taught her. Great, dark, flame, king, 5, Mang array, partner, please promise, my heart wishes. At this time, Evelmun's mood was nervous and excited. Looking at his daughter chanting the incantation word by word, he knew that his dream was getting closer and closer. Every word in the incantation would bring him one step closer to becoming the king of the lost continent. However, he was now a little afraid. The god-killing arrows had left a deep impression on him. The god-killing arrows could explode in the air and repel all 11 gods. He could also shoot towards the ice valley. With that kind of power, he was afraid that his undead army in the valley would not be left behind except for a few strong ones. Although he was nervous and excited now, he did not have any doubts about Nian Bing. He knew that if that young man wanted to do something to him, he would definitely not make an enemy out of the gods. He even killed one of them. Evil Moon was waiting. At the same time, he was also making arrangements. How could he only rely on this army to protect his hopes of so many years? The sound of the third incantation seemed to be slower than the previous 2 incantations. At this time, the bloody red ball in the middle of Yu Yu's 2 claws had grown a little bigger. Although it was only a little, Yu Yu's aura had become even more different. From her body, Nian Bing could feel the pure power of death, and her own life aura was indeed quickly draining away. The golden light emitted by Miordaze's sealing bottle made Nian Bing feel very strange. Even with his Heaven's Eye domain, he was unable to detect the attribute of the golden light. It was like the gray energy that Oscar's body emitted when he first appeared, making people unable to grasp it. The golden light in front of his eyes revealed a bit of a strange aura, and that aura seemed to be gathering towards Yu Yu's body. At this time, Yu Yu seemed to be a little bigger than usual. It was the volume of her body that had increased. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that it was not her body that had increased in size, but the black aura around her body had become the same shape as her body, and not the oval shape that ordinary people emitted. In that black light, the blood-red symbol between her eyebrows was exceptionally clear, and the red light in her eyes had become even more dazzling. Her 2 claws were parallel to each other in front of her chest, and Yu Yu's aura was still very stable. However, perhaps because the black light around her body was too intense, the golden-red light emitted by Miordaze's sealing bottle had now turned into a black halo. Nian Bing naturally saw the changes in Yu Yu. However, he already had no time to care about when Yu Yu's incantation would be completed. Instead, he saw 10 angry gods. After being thwarted twice in a row, the aura of the gods had changed. The energy around their bodies fluctuated unstably, and Nian Bing could even see that the acupuncture points on their bodies were emitting different kinds of light, bringing them even more energy. The gods did not approach again, but the energy they were condensing was becoming more and more enormous. What were these guys trying to do? Nian Bing's heart was filled with doubts. He had never underestimated the gods. In the face of so many masters, he knew that if he was not careful, he would lose the whole game. Of course, Nian Bing would not let his side sacrifice too much. He knew that he had Evil Moon behind him. Once he could not resist, he would leave the threat to Evil Moon to deal with. The gods were floating there. Fighting Chi was very energy-consuming to fly, but most of them had opened the West Meridian acupoint, and the congenital Chi in the air was constantly replenishing, so it was not very difficult for them to fly. The sacred teacher's voice was a little low. "Are we really going to do that?" The man in black, who had angrily rebuked Nian Bing before, snorted and said, "Of course, do you have a better way? Only by completely destroying this place can we achieve our goal. You saw those arrows just now. Can you be sure how many are left? As long as those arrows are still there, we can't rush in at all. The archers should be hiding on the ice wall. I really don't understand. When did the Yangon continent have so many powerful magic archers? If they all attack, we may not be able to gain an advantage. So, destroying this place now is the best way." The sacred teacher frowned and said, "This ice valley is not simple. It can seal the eye of extreme cold and extreme yin inside. There must be something special about it. Once we destroy this place, I'm afraid the cold air will leak out, and it may affect the climate of the Yangon continent. Who knows how many ordinary people will suffer because of it? Do we really have to do that?" The man in black said disdainfully, "You are too soft-hearted. Don't you see that our companions have already died? We don't want to be the next. In order to complete the orders given by our superiors, we have to do this. If you don't want to get out of the way, we will deal with it naturally. Brothers, let's destroy this ice valley and see if there are any magic archers who can stop us." During the first wave of attack, they didn't see clearly what attacked them, but when the blue net appeared in the second wave, they saw the appearance of the death god arrows. After all, the death god arrows were not as powerful as a large group of experts. Seeing that it was just arrows, they relaxed a lot. However, facing the power of the death god arrows, they had no other choice. If they couldn't rush in, it meant that the incantation would be completed continuously and their mission would be ruined. That was something they couldn't and didn't want to see. The 9 balls of dough Qi emitted a dazzling light as they condensed. It was no longer just the dough Qi of the gods, but also the condensed energy from the West Meridian and Middle Meridian. Whether it was the Xiantian Qi or the condensed dough Qi, they all had terrifying attacking power. Although the ice valley was not small, the man in black was not boasting when he said that he would destroy it. If 9 gods worked together, they could definitely do it. When Nian Bing saw the huge amount of energy condensing, his expression changed. His subordinates were hiding in the ice wall. Against such an attack, the death god arrows could not block it. The only thing he could rely on now was himself. However, those were 9 deities they were talking about. Nian Bing also thought of the problem that the sacred teacher thought of. The temperature in the ice valley was so low. Once they went out of the ice valley, the first to suffer would be the elites of the Blood Lion cult. His preparation was not inadequate, but Nian Bing didn't expect that the gods would use such an extreme method. Evil Moon certainly didn't care about this method, but he couldn't ignore it. Tai Yu wanted his subordinates to place the god-slaying crossbows on the surrounding ice valleys. But even though the elites of the Blood Lion cult were strong, they were not undead. Their bodies could not withstand such a cold and evil environment. Even if they really set the crossbows, they wouldn't have any attacking power. Thinking of this, Nian Bing whispered a few words in Kitty's ear and then rushed out without any melancholy. In a flash, he had already arrived outside the ice valley. Looking at the gods who were constantly condensing energy hundreds of feet away, Nian Bing moved. At the same time, 7-colored magical power condensed from the surroundings into his body. The Middle Meridian acupoint operated at full strength. Under the cover of the expanding 7-colored light, 7 faint figures appeared with 7 divine swords. Like stars surrounding the moon, they surrounded Nian Bing in the center. At this moment, Nian Bing wished that he could recover the physical attack of his spiritual power. Although the gods in front of him were strong, they were much weaker than the true gods on the continent of gods. Even the god of order had been stopped for a moment because of his spiritual power attack. Against these gods, it was very likely that he could kill a few of them. Then, it would be much easier for him to face them. Chapter 221. Unfortunately, hope was not reality after all. He had to face what he had to face. It seemed like he could only use some dirty methods to deal with these guys. With a strange smile on his face, Nian Bing's body disappeared. In just an instant, he returned to his original position, as if he had always been there. However, in his hands, there were dozens of god-slaying arrows. He had made a total of 2,000 god-slaying arrows. Every god-slaying crossbow was equipped with 10 arrows. Now, he had used 200 arrows. Although the god-slaying crossbows could not be used outside, it did not mean that he could only use them. For example, the monster that Halogen spoke of, Nianbing, had his own methods. Now, in Nianbing's hands, the god-slaying arrows were like level 9 magic scrolls. The god-slaying arrows had their own limitations. In terms of creating magic scrolls, even with Nianbing's current spiritual energy, it was very difficult to create magic scrolls that were above level 8. The success of the god-slaying arrows was mainly due to the speed of the god-slaying crossbows. After experimenting with various techniques, Nianbing relied on the speed of collision to unleash the explosive power stored in the gems. If the god-slaying arrows were used directly, the magic would not be able to be used. Therefore, in general, in order to unleash the full power of the god-slaying arrows, the god-slaying crossbows had to be used. Nianbing wanted to use the god-slaying arrows now, but the price he had to pay was not small. He had to use his own magical energy to activate them. The amount of magical energy he had to use was equivalent to level 8 magic. However, the advantage was that under the activation of his spiritual energy and magical energy, he could unleash the power of these god-slaying arrows at the same time. Although he could not use too many of them, he could always unleash the power he needed in an instant. Dozens of god-slaying arrows were shot out one after another, drawing a straight line in the air, one red and one blue. The red and blue lines were closely connected, and the speed was not fast. However, in the blink of an eye, they were already in front of the gods. Beautiful red and blue fireworks exploded in front of the deities. To destroy such a large ice valley, no matter how powerful the deities were, they would still need to gather the Xiantian Qi from the outside world to be able to do so. Nianbing's sudden appearance made one of the 9 deities who were gathering their Xiantian Qi to receive Nianbing's god-killing arrows. The god-killing arrows seemed to have eyes of their own. When they were about 10 feet away from the deities, the red god-killing arrows suddenly stopped. The blue god-slaying arrow behind it immediately collided with it. With a loud bang, a mass of red and blue light burst out, and the powerful impact directly collided with the divine being's fist. The continuous bombardment of the god-killing arrows caused the front of the deities to be enveloped by the mass of red and blue light. Although the deities who were sent out to receive the attacks were rather powerful, facing the continuous attacks of the forbidden spell level, it was still difficult for them to deal with it. They could only barely protect themselves. And because the air was filled with violent magic elements, the 6 senses of the deities were unable to detect what was happening in front of them. Of course, they would not change their original intention because of this. When all the deities finished gathering their energy, they simultaneously launched their combined attack in the direction of the ice valley. In the minds of the deities, no matter how powerful Nianbing was, he would not be able to withstand the combined attack of so many deities. If he could dodge in time, it would be his luck. Otherwise, he would become the dust of history together with the ice valley. Other than the one who was dealing with Nianbing's, the combined attack of the other 8 deities was extremely terrifying. Although the sacred teacher did not allow them to do so, he would not stop them at this time. After all, this was indeed an ice valley that was easy to attack. The method to remove the seal of Miorda's bottle of seals. A strange scene occurred at this moment. 8 different colored lights condensed into a huge pillar of death in the air. The originally violent ice and fire elements in front of the deities instantly disappeared under the combined attack of the 8 deities Do, Qi, and Xiantian Qi. Everything in front of them became clear again, including the sacred teacher. The deities all saw a strange scene. It was a mirror, a huge mirror. The diameter of the mirror was even larger than the one they sent out with their full strength. This mirror seemed to be made of ice, and it was blue-black in color. In the middle of the mirror, there were circles of silver light. What was this? The deities said that they did not know. Although they had some understanding of magic, this strange blue-black mirror in front of them was beyond their scope of understanding. However, they were still very confident in their offensive strength. After all, even a super expert at the level of a king god would not be able to withstand their full strength attack head-on. But at this moment, the deities discovered that the mirror had become slanted. The top of the mirror was tilted backwards, and the entire mirror was facing Nianbing at a 45-degree angle. The circles of silver light suddenly became more intense. In the instant when they collided with the mirror, the surface of the mirror seemed to become abnormally bright. It actually reflected the huge energy that was enough to destroy the entire ice valley into the air. The huge energy of the 8 combined into one shot into the sky. The sky that was originally filled with dark clouds immediately melted like snow in boiling water. The sunlight that was not very strong shone down from the sky, and the large dark clouds quickly disappeared. The sunlight shone on the earth, and warmth quietly descended, dispersing some of the coldness on the ground. The deities were all stunned. They simply could not believe their own eyes, and even more so, could not believe that everything in front of them was real. The full strength of 8 deities, and there was no lack of 13th level experts among them, had actually been so easily dispelled. This was a fact that they were not willing to admit. After the last bit of energy was reflected, the huge ice mirror lost its luster, and cracks appeared in front of the deities. At this moment, there was an additional divine dragon below him, a divine dragon whose entire body flickered with a gray crystalline light. Sitting on the divine dragon's back, Nianbing's face was very pale. He continuously spat out a mouthful of blood, and the light around his body had already dimmed. Even the 7 shadow puppets had been retracted into his body. He was panting heavily. The deities were shocked, but how could Nianbing not be? After using the god-killing arrow to confuse the deity's 6 senses, he immediately activated a spell that Cao had taught him. This spatial spell, which relied on the fusion of spiritual power, ice magic, and spatial magic, successfully reflected the opponent's energy. However, it could not completely filter out the energy. The combined attack of the 8 deities was too strong. The magic mirror shattered, and most of the energy that passed through the mirror was blocked by the 7 shadow puppets. However, Nianbing did not suffer heavy injuries because of the impact of the energy and the depletion of his spiritual power and magical power. If not for his strong spiritual power, he would have fainted. At the critical moment, Oscar appeared on his own accord to help Nianbing neutralize the remaining impact. However, the impact of his spiritual power and magical power caused Nianbing's strength to be greatly reduced. At this moment, under the impact of the impact, he had already returned to the top of the ice valley. The deities saw Nianbing spitting out blood, and at this moment, they did not attack together. The 9 deities chased after Nianbing at lightning speed. How could they let go of such a good opportunity? In their eyes, as long as they could kill this kid in front of them, no one would be able to stop them from completing their mission. Oscar's Earth Dragon God Heart Sutra had already reached the 4th level and was close to the 5th level. Among the dragons, to be able to comprehend the mysteries of the Earth Dragon God Heart Sutra so quickly, he was definitely a genius among geniuses. Of course, this was related to Nianbing's immense spiritual power and the 2 purest forms of life and death energy. However, his own unique situation also played an important role. It was a pity. The opponent was too strong. Even if Oscar combined all his strength, he could only barely be considered as an expert of the 12th level. Compared to so many experts, his strength was far from enough. Gray scales covered Nianbing and Oscar's bodies. Oscar did not run. Although the deities used their battle energy to fly, they consumed a lot of energy. Their flying speed was not inferior to his. Escaping at this moment was impossible. Therefore, they could only face it head-on. After experiencing a few setbacks, the gods had become extremely astute. The three gods at the very front immediately drew their own weapons as they approached the ice valley. They were three long swords. 3 streaks of sword light shot through the air like lightning. The sword light dispersed in the air and turned into countless streaks of sword chi that slashed towards the 3 ice walls that had fired the god-slaying arrows. The other gods, on the other hand, continued to charge towards Nian Bing without any hesitation. Nian Bing sighed in his heart. He understood that experts were experts after all. Although the god-punishing arrows were very powerful, if there were only 2 or 3 of them in a suitable environment, it was very likely that they would be killed by the god-punishing arrows. However, there were too many experts on the other side. When he saw the strength of the sword chi, he knew that his subordinates would not be able to help. With a shake of his wrist, he crushed a scroll, and a golden light shot up into the sky. When the deities appeared, the ice walls once again shot out 100 dual elemental god-punishing arrows. At this moment, the attacks of the 3 deities and the golden light shot out by Nian Bing appeared one after another. Balls of red and blue light lit up in the air. However, under the interference of the sword chi, almost all of the god-punishing arrows were unable to achieve the power of the ice and fire homogeneous origin. Although the single target 9th rank attack magic was not weak, it was unable to pose a threat to the deities due to the lack of distance and the inability to use the ice and fire homogeneous origin to increase its power. The remaining 7 deities, including the sacred teacher, had already arrived in front of Nian Bing. The sacred teacher's expression was very ugly. He did not attack Nian Bing. Instead, he lowered his body and descended, looking for the unlucky undead army to vent his anger. The remaining 6 deities attacked Nian Bing from different directions. Right at this moment, 2 changes occurred at the same time. The first change came from the most important person at this moment, Yu Yu. She had already started chanting the next line of the incantation, and the light surrounding her body also started to change. Glorious dragon, flame, king of 6 lights array wielder of my wish, please show me my wish. The black airflow seemed to have solidified. At this moment, the blood-red ball of light between her 2 claws had already become the size of an egg. The unstable red light was constantly fluctuating, and her gloomy eyes revealed a frightening brilliance. In the midst of the evil aura, the dark red light actually emitted a faint holy aura. A dark red hexagon slowly appeared under her feet, as if it was supporting her body, flickering with a faint luster under her feet. The blood-red symbol on her forehead was already spraying out a faint red light, condensing into a red triangle in front of her forehead, facing the blood-red hexagon under her feet. Along with her chanting of the incantation, the light under her feet would become more solid with every word she chanted. Yu Yu's changes made the deities even more anxious. Although they all knew that the process of unsealing Miorda's bottle of seal had only just begun, to them, the longer this process continued, the more humiliating it would be for them. As arrogant deities, they were all furious. Just as Yu Yu started chanting the incantation, the divine weapons in the hands of the deities emitted a strong doqi. Just as they were about to launch a destructive attack on Nian Bing, another change occurred. Above every deity's head, a silver hexagon suddenly appeared without any warning. There wasn't any sound, and that silver light also seemed to be very dim. Furthermore, the aura was hidden very cleverly, so it didn't attract the attention of the deities. When they felt that something was wrong, 6 huge figures had already descended from the sky. Those were 6 completely different huge figures, and the aura they brought was extremely terrifying. Each of them covered an area of dozens of feet, like 6 small mountains falling down. Seeing this scene clearly, Nian Bing, who was about to use spatial magic to dodge the attack, almost laughed out loud. She was very familiar with the 6 black figures that suddenly appeared. Among them there was a pair of dark demon mice that were similar in size and appearance. They were Tian Tian and Tian Tian's mother. The mother and son looked at each other blankly, not knowing what had happened. The 2 huge black figures fell from the sky, and the 2 mice walked around with their eyes closed. Their 4 small eyes were closed, and their 4 melons were in front of them. Then they sat down with their butts flat on the ground. The other 4 black figures weren't any smaller than the mother and son. Among them, the most representative ones were the 2 super pigs. One was the flying divine pig that Nianbing captured on Tianxiang's Green Mountain, and the other one was the chrysanthemum pig Guan. Their butts were even bigger than the dark demon mice, especially the chrysanthemum behind Guan's, but its tail was constantly wagging. The other 2 weren't small either. One was the exploding milk golden cow, and the other was a huge cockroach. The size of the cockroach was obviously the smallest, but the moment it appeared, it turned into Guan's appearance. One of its special abilities was to imitate. It could imitate any magical beast and had half of its ability. Even its weight was imitated by half. The gods who were about to attack Nianbing suddenly felt a great danger coming from above and immediately changed their target. After all, their own lives were the most important. Compared to their lives, killing Nianbing was completely secondary. Seeing the 6 mountain-like huge bodies falling down at the same time, they didn't hesitate to put away their weapons. The 6 gods did the same action, raising their hands to the sky. However, they still underestimated the weight of Guan and the others. Falling from the sky, the impact of the huge bodies of these demonic beasts was something the deities couldn't compare to. 6 miserable shrieks resounded at almost the same time. Under the huge pressure of the 6 huge mountains, they suddenly fell to the ground. This masterpiece naturally came from Kitty. Kitty had heard about the process of subduing the flying divine pig from Nianbing before, so she remembered the scene of the shadow puppet smashing the flying divine pig with Tiantian's mother. When Nianbing was in danger, she immediately thought of this move. Moreover, the bodies of her magical beasts were extremely strong. If they fell from the sky, they could only hit the ground. At this time, the 3 gods who destroyed the attack of the god-killing arrows were extremely arrogant. Their sword Qi continuously destroyed the 2 waves of god-killing arrows launched by the experts of the Bloodlion cult. The sword Qi condensed and slashed at the 3 ice walls at the same time. When they launched the second wave of sword Qi, the golden light released by Nianbing had already transformed into a huge golden chrysanthemum in the sky. With a loud bang, the ice walls were shaved off by nearly 10 feet. However, the elites of the Bloodlion cult who attacked the gods had already disappeared with the god-killing arrows. Early on, when they were preparing to deal with the gods, Nianbing had already made sufficient preparations. When Kitty went missing, it was Nianbing who had asked her to carry out a mission. Under the 2 dark magic mice's help, a tunnel was dug out inside the ice cave where all the gods were, and they gathered in a hollow inside the ice mountain. As long as Nianbing gave the signal, these elites of the Bloodlion cult would slide out of the ice cave like a slide. After gathering inside, they would retreat. This was the best way to save their lives. At this time, the 6 gods who were suddenly suppressed by the summoned beasts finally used their super strength and fighting energy to slow down Guan and the other summoned beast suppression and escaped at the same time. However, when their bodies landed on the ground, they found that they were already surrounded. They were not surrounded by the army of the dead, but by the 6 magical beasts that had dug out a huge hole in the ground. The 6 magical beasts that were as big as mountains looked at them with unfriendly expressions. Among them, the only one they knew was the flying divine pig. Why would the magical beasts that guarded the Green Mountain come here? Immediately afterward, the other 6 gods were shocked to see a flash of silver light. With a flash of silver, 3 large black shadows fell from the sky. The 6 black shadows around them did not use any means of attack and directly crashed into them. Relying on its huge body, it sealed off all possible escape routes. The ones that fell from the sky were the 9-melon poisonous spider, the green-eye serpent, and the black tiger king that Emperor Kurobutsu had subdued in the Green Mountain. Now they were Kitty's summoned beasts. In terms of size, none of them could compare to the huge green-eye serpent. Its body alone covered the entire sky. Thinking of the terrifying defense of the green-eye serpent, the 6 gods would definitely not choose to break through from the top. Moreover, there were also the 9-melon poisonous spider and the famous black tiger king that they were familiar with. In an instant, they chose the fat and pink chrysanthemum pigguan. At least from the surface, it looked the least fierce one. Now, only by finding a gap and rushing out could they avoid the fate of being crushed to death. Nian Bing, who was in the sky, was stunned. He did not expect Kitty to be able to control these summoned beasts so well. In an instant, the pressure on him was greatly reduced. With the help of the summoned beasts, she was able to trap the 6 gods and gain the upper hand. However, he was not in the mood to care about Kitty at this moment. This was because the 3 gods who had lost their target in the sky were rushing towards him. The 6 gods did not have time to take out their weapons. Moreover, they did not want to use their weapons. Even if their weapons could kill the pig in front of them, they would not be able to stop its body from rushing towards them. When their lives were threatened, the gods cooperated very well. At the same time, they swung their fists towards Guan. As long as they could slow down the pig's charge, they would be able to find a gap and rush out. Once they left this awkward situation, they would be able to recover their dou qi that was exhausted from the previous attacks. Although these demonic beasts were strong, they were not indestructible. If the strength of these 6 deities remained at their peak, even if Guan evolved by another level, he would still be forced back by them. Unfortunately, these 6 deities had been flying for a long time, attacked with all their strength, and suffered injuries from the god-punishing arrows. In addition, they were frightened by the sudden appearance of the 9 gigantic demonic beasts. At most, they could only display 50% of their strength. The gods saw an unbelievable scene. A beautiful fiery red fox appeared on top of the chrysanthemum pigguan's head. Its golden fur was especially eye-catching in this world of ice and snow. Its beautiful big tail was swung backwards, revealing its beautiful fox head. It stuck its head out and looked at the 6 gods. In an instant, the 6 gods saw a teasing smile in the eyes of the golden red fox. A fox can also smile? A trace of doubt appeared in the hearts of the gods. Shortly after, they discovered that the fox's smile was actually so obscene. It was like the expression of a hooligan who was preparing to strip a beauty naked. It lifted its left leg, and a stream of golden urine spurted out from its lower body. Immediately, it splashed onto the chrysanthemum pigguan's head and face. A rich aura soared into the sky, and the speed of the other few magical beasts suddenly slowed down a little. The exploding milk golden bull that was spurting out golden milk faintly looked at Guan with a pair of bull eyes, revealing a gloating light. When the golden urine flowed down, the chrysanthemum pigguan changed. Its fat body that was like a small mountain suddenly stopped moving. Shortly after, a scream that didn't sound like a pig spread throughout the ice valley. Even if it was the scream of a pig when it was being slaughtered, it definitely wouldn't be as mournful as Guan's scream at this moment. The pink color of Guan's body instantly turned into a purplish-black color. A tyrannical purplish-black air current mixed with the pungent smell of urine was emitted. 2 black fangs grew out of the pig's mouth, and its pair of eyes turned blood red. Its huge nostrils exhaled scorching hot air. Every time it inhaled, perhaps because of the pungent smell, the purplish-black air current around its body would become more domineering. For powerful pig hooves stamped on the ground at the same time, and its huge body soared into the sky. That pair of fat ears opened to both sides, reflecting the effect of balance. The enormous purplish-black air current condensed into one, and the huge pig roared out a voice that didn't sound like a pig. Coquettish fox F asterisk K. My beast blood is boiling. All of this happened very quickly, almost at the same time when the 6 deities rushed out. Fox's urine was already sprayed out. And at the same time when the 6 deities increased their speed, Guan Guan, who had turned into a purplish-black color, also rushed out. The 6 deities suddenly felt a strong uneasiness in their hearts. In front of them was a pig that had changed color. The aura it produced was actually able to emit such a tyrannical king's coquettish aura. Perhaps, at this moment, Kitty was wrapped in a coat and hiding in a corner. Her body was protected by the seal that Nian Bing had placed on it. It prevented the cold from invading her body. At this moment, she was staring at Guan with wide eyes and muttering to herself, "Heavens!" That actually evolved again. Its blood-devouring urine technique actually allowed Guan to evolve to the peak of the 7th step. Boom! Guan didn't dodge at all, and directly collided with the 6 deities' Dou Qi attack. The purplish-black air current emitted by its huge body was actually like a whirlpool, neutralizing part of the Dou Qi attack. Its huge body directly collided with the 6 deities, and a loud bang resounded. After all, the deities were deities. Even if they only used 50% of their attack power, they were still able to send Guan flying. However, they were also shocked by the violent rebounding force, and could only look on helplessly as the demonic beasts in the sky and on the ground surrounded them. Seeing the green-eyed serpent descending towards them, the 6 deities, under the fear of death, did something that made Ling Nianbing's heart skip a beat. 6 surging waves of energy rushed upwards at the same time, and actually sent the green-eyed serpent flying away without any resistance. Furthermore, the aura around their bodies instantly increased by 2 folds. They continuously swung their heavy fists towards their surroundings, repelling the demonic beasts that were charging towards them one by one. Exploding acupoints. They actually exploded their own acupoints. Nian Bing felt that it was inconceivable. 6 deities exploding their acupoints at the same time. Weren't they crazy? Among them, as long as 2 of them exploded their acupoints, it would be enough to deal with the crisis in front of them. However, the real situation was that all 6 of them exploded their acupoints. However, in the blink of an eye, he understood that these deities were selfish. Who would be willing to expend their own strength to save others? In the end, when there was no other way, they would choose to save themselves. Naturally, the scene in front of him would occur. The explosion of one deity's acupoints was already very scary, let alone all 6 of them. The deterrence of the 9 powerful demonic beasts suddenly became much weaker. However, at this moment, the obscene fox appeared again. It did not appear on Guan's head, but this time it peeked out from the back of the dark demon mouse, Tiantian. Nian Bing did not stay idle either. He left Oscar's body and floated in midair. Due to the impact of his spiritual power, he could not use the sky eye realm temporarily. However, he could still cast magic instantaneously. At this moment, a black figure replaced Nian Bing's original position. The god-slaying axe had become a huge poleaxe. Halogen, who had killed one of the deities with a sneak attack, stood on Oscar's back with a majestic aura. He faced the attacks of 3 deities alone, with the support of Oscar and Nian Bing. Although the 3 deities were all level 13 experts, they could only defend themselves and could not retaliate at all. When the 6 deities below saw the fox appear again, the solemn and stirring confidence brought about by the eruption of their acupuncture points instantly disappeared a little. Just now it was this fox with a perverted gaze who peed, which caused the pink pig to suddenly stop their last hope of rushing out. Why did it appear again? The fox's eyes were still as obscene as before. It did not look at the 6 deities. Instead, it looked at its companions. Whether it was the demonic beasts that Nian Bing gave to Kitty or Kitty's summoned beasts, when they saw the fox's obscene eyes, they could not help but tremble. A bad premonition arose spontaneously. The fox's movements were very agile. When its obscene eyes swept across its companions, it immediately let out a squeak. Its body turned and the fox's head was hidden inside its two front melons. Its large tail was raised, and it covered its front body. Its butt was raised high, and the long golden thorn was exposed. The 6 deities who were about to attack paused at the same time. A fox's butt grew a spike? This was a strange story. One of the vicious deities even thought, could it be that the fox's butt was pierced by a spike? However, very quickly, the deities once again experienced the terror of the fox. The golden light on the spike shone brightly. Following that, with a light puff sound, a yellow gas gushed out from the spike. Even in such a cold environment, the yellow gas was unable to affect the power of the yellow gas. The gas expanded at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, it had spread to the location where all the demonic beasts and summoned beasts were. Of course, the 6 pitiful deities were unable to avoid being enveloped by the yellow gas. The fox squeaked. Its voice was indescribably obscene. After the yellow gas was released, it waved its big tail and ran off to who knows where. Smelly. A stench instantly filled the entire area that was covered by the yellow gas. It was definitely not an ordinary stench. It was so smelly that even the zombies' departed spirits and vengeful spirits scattered in all directions. That stench was like the poisonous gas released after eating countless rotten eggs. At this moment, the deities finally understood what the fox had done. It was actually farting, and it was such a smelly super fart. The deities thought of an old saying, "The wind stinks 30 miles against the wind." Although the wind here was not weak, the yellow gas seemed to have solidified and shrouded the original area. There were no signs of it dissipating. Kitty let out a bell-like laughter from the corner. How could an all-support type fox be easy to deal with? As the fox-headed military advisor among the beasts, its control over the attacks of the demonic beasts and summoned beasts was more flexible than the deities themselves. What was erupting in front of its eyes was the super support type skill that it had just obtained after evolving the fox fart domain. It was not as simple as a fart. It was a domain formed by the stench. Although it was not elegant, it was definitely one of the strongest support type domains in the world of demonic beasts. Chapter 222. In the yellow gas, other than the fox who had run away, the bodies of the 9 summoned beasts froze for a moment. Immediately after that, the first to change was Guan Guan, who had just returned from the blast. The pitiful chrysanthemum pig, who had just turned from purple to pink, changed again under the shroud of the stench. However, this time the storm was even more violent. Guan's already huge body instantly increased in size and became even fatter. Immediately after, under the effect of the stench, Guan's eyes turned even darker black. He roared crazily and flew up with his huge ears. A circle of black air rose around his body. His huge body, out of nowhere, had his beast blood boil. Moreover, this time it was even more terrifying. Kitty said in surprise, "Wow, it can't be the ultimate beast blood boil. That fart is really strong." It actually increased the strength of all the magical beasts within the range of the domain by 2 stages. All the demonic beasts had the same change. Apart from the jade-eyed dragon, their eyes had all turned black, and their bodies had all expanded. At the same time, when Guan Guan launched his attack, they all used their strongest attack skills and rushed towards the 6 deities who had exploded their apertures. At this moment, the deities hated the fox with the obscene eyes to death. However, they no longer had the energy to look for the fox. At this moment, the fox was panting heavily in a corner. Although the fart just now was very satisfying, it also consumed a lot of energy. At this moment, the golden red fur on its body had become much dimmer. It was blinking its small eyes and looking obscenely at the magical beasts that had entered a berserk state. The fox's fart domain was extremely powerful. As long as it covered the area it covered would move along with the movement of the magical beasts. Within this domain, all the magical beasts would enter a super berserk state, which was the increase of 2 stages that Kitty said. Although the duration was not very long, a magical beast that had suddenly increased by 2 stages was extremely terrifying. At the same time, the humans within this domain would be affected by the stench of the stench. This fox's fart domain was also one of the fox's strongest support skills. Although the domain could only last for a limited amount of time, the deities could only explode for a limited amount of time. Nianbing, who was in the air, continued to cast spells to support Halogen and Oscar while watching Fox's actions. Fox's super powerful support domain also gave him a fright. At that moment, he finally understood. Among Kitty's many summoned beasts, the Real King turned out to be a vulgar-looking fox. Even the 6 true gods who had their acupoints exploded couldn't escape from the frenzy of the summoned beasts. Nian Bing understood that they could only protect themselves in a stalemate. If this continued, Kitty would very likely avenge her parents and clansmen with her own hands. Even if he wanted to challenge a kitty who had so many pets, he would not be able to do it alone. If he wanted to win, he would have to use despicable methods. Time passed by minute, second by second. Following the completion of Yuyu's 4th incantation, the red hexagram under her feet already erupted with an abnormally intense red light. Finally, she began to chant the 5th incantation. Although the true gods in the field were anxious, they couldn't do anything about the situation in front of them. Nianbing, Halogen, Oscar, and Kitty's pets were entangled with the 9 true gods. Although the sacred teacher rushed into the undead army like a tiger in a flock of sheep, it was very difficult for him to rush out in a short time. Not to mention, beside Yuyu, there was Evil Moon, whose strength was above that of the sacred teacher. Evil Moon was also very surprised at this time. He didn't expect Nianbing and the others to be so powerful. Those mysterious and overbearing magic arrows, coupled with their own strength, Evil Moon knew that the 2 sides that were fighting now were not people that his subordinates could deal with. Now he was gloating. With Nianbing as a free labor, his chances of success were higher. I am the maker of the crimson red flame fire. Here I beg you to break the covenant of the primordial forbidden covenant. The faint chanting suddenly became louder, and the speed of the chanting also became faster. The intonation was no longer as unpredictable, and every word was raised in high spirits. She opened her arms. The red ball of light, which had become the size of a palm, floated in front of his chest. The golden light from the 7 sealing bottles of Mordos had been dyed red and black, and the light that rushed into the sky was becoming more and more solid. The 7 bottles were constantly trembling and emitting buzzing sounds. Golden symbols were constantly revolving on the bottles. The incantation had entered another stage. On faintly Yu's beautiful face, the holy aura had become even denser. At this time, a loud and clear dragon's roar sounded from afar. The dragon's roar was distant and loud, followed by 6 dragons' roars in succession. The 7 dragons' roars intertwined into a beautiful melody in the air. 7-colored light accompanied the dragon's roars from afar. 7 huge figures were approaching the ice valley at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. The dignified aura of the Dragon King made the atmosphere in the ice valley even more solemn. Dark Dragon King Kajios, who was entirely black with a faint golden light, led the other 6 Dragon Kings to finally arrive. The situation that was originally in favor of Nianbing and Evil Moon became confusing again. Evil Moon's expression changed slightly. He knew that he could only rely on himself and his subordinates now. He was very clear about the strength of the 7 Dragon Kings. Because of the previous incident, both sides had already formed a blood feud. Would he be able to hold them off for long enough? Evil Moon's face showed a trace of coldness, and he raised his right hand. The zombie kings, vampires, and necromancers who had been guarding by his side moved in an orderly manner. The 7 Dragon Kings had finally arrived. Nianbing was also in high spirits. Just like the situation at the front, his magic power and mental strength were weakened by a lot. Even if he cooperated with Halogen and Oscar, he could only fight to a draw with the 3 13th grade experts in front of him. He was naturally clear about the strength of the 7 Dragon Kings. Kajio's must have reached the 13th grade, and the other 6 dragon kings were also at the 12th grade. In addition, dragons were born with strong bodies, selfless cooperation, and mysterious draconic magic. Their combined strength was definitely not inferior to the 10 gods in front of him. If the dragon kings insisted on destroying the seal this time, then the only ones who could resist them now were Evil Moon and his undead army. The flying speed of dragons was naturally extremely terrifying. In a short while, they arrived in the Ice Valley. The strong pressure brought by the 7 dragons immediately roused the spirits of the gods, and they launched a crazy counterattack. He even called out to the Dragon King to hurry up and deal with Yu Yu, who was at the front. Nian Bing's left hand was ice, and her right hand was raging flames. Under the effect of Sigh of the Ice Goddess and Roar of the Fire God, these 2 forbidden spells of the 11th grade were unceasingly assisting Halogen in launching attacks. What they needed to do was to delay. Therefore, until now, Halogen had not launched his strongest attack. Seeing the arrival of the 7 dragon kings, Nian Bing calmly said, "Do you really want to do this?" Kajios looked at Nian Bing with a slight frown and said, "Then what about you? Have you really made your choice?" Nian Bing said without hesitation, "Yes, I have made my choice. Moreover, I firmly believe that my choice is correct. You have your own mission. If you want to fight, then do it. Right now, we are fighting for our own beliefs." The 7 rays of light suddenly converged, and the 7 dragon kings in the air transformed into their human forms. A rare smile appeared on Kajio's face. "All right, since you have made your choice, then let us fight for our own beliefs." Saying so, he waved his right hand. Immediately after, the 7 dragon kings did not even look at the 3 gods that were fighting Nian Bing, Oscar, and Halogen, and rushed down with their compatriots. One sacred teacher might not be enough to cause the undead army to collapse, but with the addition of the light dragon king Demanteti and the other 6 dragon kings, the undead army suddenly became as fragile as paper. As soon as the 7 dragon kings fell into the Ice Valley, they transformed back into their original forms. Immediately after, they began to sweep through like a whirlwind. The zombies were poisonous, and their attack and defense were not bad, but the Dragon Kings directly ignored them. They did not even look at the zombies' attacks, and casually turned them into pieces. As for the poison on the zombies, with their ability, could they break through the Dragon King's defensive dragon aura and thick dragon scales? Obviously, the answer was uncertain. In this surging wave of attacks, the undead army on the outside suddenly decreased rapidly like melting snow. The 7 Dragon Kings' targets were Yu Yu and Evil Moon in the center. As for Nian Bing and the others in the air, as well as the magical beasts on the ground, but they did not even look at them. For a moment, Evil Moon's side was suddenly in a tight spot. The ordinary undead army could not even delay the 7 Dragon Kings. And at this moment, Yu Yu quickly chanted, and the 5th incantation finally came to an end. In an instant, all the black color in the 7 Niorda's sealing bottles disappeared at the same time. Instead, it was replaced by an incomparably surging red flame. Yes, it was a flame without temperature, a flame full of evil. Yu Yu's hands returned to her body, transforming into a strange hand shape, and the blood-red ball of light was suspended above her hands in silence. It seemed that this red ball of light was the source of all the red flames. The evil aura gushing out from the ice cave under her feet was constantly absorbed by Yu Yu. With every absorption, the red light around her body became stronger. As the red light became stronger and stronger, Yu Yu's pale face became more obvious. Her pair of slender little hands had blood flowing in them. Her pair of black eyes had no depth, only endless emptiness. Her mouth opened again, and she chanted word by word. With blood and magic power, as lock lock open, open, time space door, the chanting speed slowed down again. Every time she chanted a word, Yu Yu's body would tremble, and the 7 Niorda's sealing bottles would also tremble. She seemed to be very strained now. Her body was teetering in the blood-red flames, and it seemed that she could be destroyed at any time. Evil Moon could see you use changes, and so could the 7 Dragon Kings. The 7 Dragon Kings, once again, let out a loud dragon roar at the same time. The 7 Dragon Kings spat out their quintessential dragon breaths at the same time, and immediately cleared out an open space. The Fire Dragon King, Garamandes, and the Ice Dragon King, Sasares, flew up at the same time, and with the breath of ice and fire, they rushed toward Yu in the air. From the time when the god-killing arrows were first fired to when the 7 Dragon Kings finally approached Yu, it was only a quarter of an hour. During this quarter of an hour, a lot of things happened, and now it was the final, critical moment. Evil Moon's body floated up, and his eyes turned completely blood-red. The undead warlocks were chanting something in a voice that humans couldn't understand. A large amount of evil energy pervaded the surroundings, and a black airflow surrounded them. Suddenly, the Dragon Kings lost sight of Yu. A large amount of black fog appeared out of thin air, and when it came in contact with the Dragon Chi, it made a puffing sound. The Zombie King and Vampire 5 also rushed out to meet the 2 Dragon Kings in the air. They showed a fighting strength that was completely different from ordinary zombies and vampires. Especially the green flying Zombie King, whose body was more than 10 feet tall, actually resisted the attacks of the 2 Dragon Kings from below. The Vampire Kings constantly emitted a bloody breath, and with lightning speed, they wrapped around the 2 Dragon Kings. Under the cooperation of dozens of Zombie Kings, Vampire Kings, and undead warlocks, Garamandes and Sasares were forced into a disadvantageous position for a while, and were unable to move forward. A pale green skull appeared in front of Evil Moon. He muttered something, and the black fog was dyed dark green by the layers of green light released from his body. Wrapped in this dark green light, the vampires and zombies became faster. The Vampire King could even achieve short-distance teleportation. Sasares and Garamandes were hit several times because of their huge bodies, causing the 2 to roar and spit out mouthfuls of dragon's breath, forcing the enemies around them to retreat. Evil Moon's position was right in front of Yu's body. He coldly looked at everything that was happening in front of him, without the slightest trace of panic. His purpose was the same as Nianbing's, and that was to delay. At this time, the undead army on the ground was cleared by the other 5 Dragon Kings. When the 5 Dragon Kings were about to rise into the air, a gray airflow suddenly appeared like a cloud. Then, the 5 Dragon Kings shook at the same time, and their bodies that were about to fly suddenly fell down. They were surprised to find that they had lost the ability to fly. Demanteti frowned and said, "Forbidden curse, it's that dark witch." She began to make strange sounds from her mouth, and the other 4 Dragon Kings, under the leadership of Kagiosi, instantly surrounded Demanteti. The dragon's draconic magic finally appeared. Indeed, the forbidden curse was cast by Safin, but it was not enough. The only thing he could do was to make the several Dragon Kings temporarily lose the ability to fly. The 5 Dragon Kings were not in a hurry to attack, but the sacred teacher had already freed himself. Under the effect of his fighting aura, he flew high into the air, helping Garamandes and Sasares to share some of the pressure. Under the effect of his sacred fighting aura, the offensive power of the Vampire King and Zombie King immediately decreased by a lot. At this time, changes appeared in the sky. Unknowingly, faintly used 6th line of incantation was completed. The blood-red flames directly shot into the sky along the passage formed by Miorda's sealing bottle. The golden symbols on Miorda's sealing bottle emitted an intense golden light. One by one, the symbols floated out and actually left the bottle, merging with a red pillar of light in the sky. The sky seemed to have been dyed by the blood-red flames, turning completely blood-red. Even the cloudless space created by the all-out attacks of the 8 deities had turned blood-red. A gigantic blood-red door of unknown size appeared in the sky. This door was very simple, without any decorative patterns. It was surrounded by golden vein patterns, and the body of the door was completely red. Although it looked like an illusion of nothingness, it was still possible to tell the difference between the two. However, the pressure suddenly came. Under the red sky, everything around them was filled with a haze. The killing intent of the 7 dragon kings and the gods had also risen. They all knew that they could not let Faintly You continue with her incantation. Otherwise, the seal of Miorda's sealing bottle would really be opened. Evil Moon looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky and was overjoyed. He knew. The moment he had been looking forward to was coming. The ancient incantation on the ground that he had accidentally obtained was completely correct. His painstaking efforts were not in vain. Although Faintly You's body was shrouded in dark green fog, her voice could still be heard clearly. At this moment, Evil Moon suddenly felt that he had let down his daughter. After all, the feelings of more than 10 years still existed. Even if he was a person of darkness, the blood relationship between father and daughter always existed. Faintly You's words of returning life to him lingered in his mind. Evil Moon suddenly had an impulse to stop all of this from going on. However, he was, after all, the evil lord, the ruler of evil. He suppressed his impulse, and the auxiliary dark magic became even more powerful. The 4 dragon kings guarding Demanteti simultaneously spouted a powerful dragon's breath and went straight to Evil Moon. They all knew that only by dealing with Evil Moon could they stop Faintly You's incantation. Evil Moon smiled sinisterly. His body flashed slightly, and he had already retreated into the fog behind him. The dragon's breath led by Cagiosis mist, but the dark green fog only fluctuated slightly. After their attack, Evil Moon reappeared, and there were blood-red beads around his body. Cagiosis frowned. Dark magic tool, bloody devour. Evil Moon glanced at Cagiosis, as if to say, "Do you also know about the existence of dark magic tools?" The blood-red magic plant spun at lightning speed, and blood-red magic tools floated out and blended into the dark green mist. Suddenly, all the zombie kings, vampire kings, and necromancers seemed to have taken an aphrodisiac and broke out. Garamandis, Sausaris, and Sacred Teacher were instantly attacked violently, and they could not bear it anymore. With a muffled sound, they quickly retreated, avoiding the sharp attacks of the undead. The real powerhouses of the undead army did not chase after them. Under the protection of the fog, they floated in front of Evil Moon and looked at the 7 dragon kings with cold, lifeless eyes. "Purify, sin, evil, flames here, my call." Faintly You's 7th incantation was completed. A golden flame rose from the fog and shot into the blood-red gate in the air in a beam of light formed by Miorda's sealing bottle. The gate trembled slightly and opened a gap. Golden light penetrated through the gap, and the air seemed to solidify for a moment before returning to normal. A triangular golden symbol appeared on the gate. Demanteti's draconic magic was finally completed. A golden halo appeared above her head. The halo had a diameter of 10 feet. It floated out, and the holy aura immediately drove away the surrounding evil and went straight to Evil Moon. However, even the Dragon Kings themselves knew that Evil Moon, who had the magic tool Bloody Devour, could not be killed by this draconic evil warding spell. So, at the same time that the golden halo appeared, the 7 Dragon Kings rushed over at the same time. At this moment, a beautiful voice with a cold air sounded in the air. It was the sound of chanting. The voice was so smooth and moving, and the speed of the chanting was amazing. Demanteti's draconic evil warding spell had just started chanting. When the draconic evil warding spell had just crossed half of the space and was still a certain distance away from Evil Moon, the spell had already solidified. Land of Julan, land of floating clouds, heaven and earth weep, mountains close. King of Blue, listen to the ancient covenant and go to the other side of time. Let the ice elements in all directions listen to my request. Witness my pious tears with a touch of sorrow, a trace of longing, a deep fear, destruction. The ice and snow in the air were almost completely condensed in an instant. The huge ice aura soared at this moment. It was like a voice, but also like countless voices chanting. It seemed to contain all the ice elements in the air in an instant. A huge blue ice lotus appeared in front of Evil Moon out of thin air. Demanteti's draconic evil warding spell became so small in front of the ice lotus. Almost in an instant, it was swallowed up by this ice blue lotus with a diameter of 10 feet. The pure and beautiful ice lotus had a cold aura and extremely cold energy, as if it was going to completely freeze everything around it. Even if it was not directed at Evil Moon, the demon lord, who was closest to the ice lotus, still felt a monstrous cold that was almost irresistible. What kind of magic was this? Evil Moon was a little sluggish. Casting such a super ice magic in such an extremely cold place, its power could only be described as terrifying. Even Demanteti's 12th level draconic evil warding spell was like a joke in front of it. Hundreds of figures appeared at the other end of the ice valley. Silent, they stopped above the ice valley, as if they were ice sculptures themselves. The faint light emitted a cold aura. They belonged to this place. They belonged to the cold. The leader was a woman. She was wearing a white priest's robe, and on her chest was embroidered a blue ice lotus, which was exactly the same as the ice lotus in front of Evil Moon. A calm and peaceful voice came from her mouth. "Dragon King, I don't want to be your enemy, but please don't stop the ceremony in front of you, for the sake of the humans of the Yangon continent. Sorry to offend you." Her expression was so calm. Although she did not speak to the 7 Dragon Kings, her kind eyes had drifted to Nianbing, who was fighting with the gods. Cajesus frowned and said, "The ice goddess priestess." The woman smiled and shook her head, saying, but I am not the ice goddess priestess, you know." The ones who had come were Nianbing's mother, the new ice goddess priestess, the ice spirit, as well as the most outstanding magic casters of the ice god tower. Perhaps they weren't the strongest, but 100 ice magic casters were capable of unleashing spells in this extremely cold place. It was absolutely terrifying. Here, the magic they could get was incomparable in other places of the Yangon continent. The soul of the Smurfs, which was the ice lotus, was launched by 100 magicians and had reached the 14th level. Nianbing naturally saw the appearance of her mother. Only then did she know that her mother was actually such a powerful magician. The magic that 100 ice magicians cast in the environment was terrifying, but if there was no ice spirit who had reached the 13th level as a guide, they could not complete a 14th level super magic. 14th level meant the same level of strength as the main god of the godly continent. "Mom!" Nianbing's shout resolved the doubts in the hearts of the Dragon King. At this moment, a blue and a red figure appeared out of thin air. The red figure was extremely fast, while the blue figure emitted a blue brilliance that was as thin as a cicada's wing amidst the phoenix cry. It was just a flash of light. Together with Halogen, Oscar, and Nianbing's attacks, the 3 gods who desperately resisted didn't even have the chance to explode their acupoints, and became the dust of history. Sneak attack. Yes, it was a sneak attack. The 2 who launched the sneak attack were very familiar to Nianbing. They had red and blue crystal wings, respectively. After the sudden burst of power, Nianbing saw the hidden bitterness on their faces. "Why did you abandon us? Can't we help you?" "Chin, Feng Nu, you're here too." The ones who appeared in front of Nianbing were Lan Chen and Feng Nu, who had reached the 13th level after a qualitative leap in the Phoenix volcano. Feng Nu said unhappily, "Not only are we here, Ling is here too. She's with Mom. Just you wait. After this is over, we'll punish you. How dare you abandon us?" "Humph." Nianbing smiled bitterly and said, "Why would I abandon you? I'm afraid you're in danger." Lan Chen and his sister stood on the same side. "Well, you don't have to explain. After this is over, Mom will make the decision for us." In a flash, Nianbing led Lan Chen, Feng Nu and Halogen to Evil Moon on Oscar's back. Looking at the 7 Dragon King in front of her, Nian Bing shrugged helplessly. Brothers, I'm sorry, but it seems that you can't destroy the opening ceremony of the seal. He didn't even look at his son, as if he didn't know Oscar at all. In front of him, Nian Bing, her husband, Halogen, Evil Moon, and a large number of undead powerhouses, plus the Ice Spirit and those Ice Mages, there are at least 6 13th level powerhouses. Not to mention that they couldn't destroy the seal, even if Nian Bing and the others wanted to deal with the 7 Dragon Kings. They would only be defeated. The scene fell into silence. The 7 Dragon Kings seemed to be thinking about something until the faint voice changed again, waking them up from their thoughts. Fire that incinerates all things, listen to my summon. The dark black flame rose into the air, turned into a sharp spear, and pierced the blood-red door in the air. The door opened a little more, and the golden light became stronger. A circle of dark red lines appeared around the golden triangle on the door. Kagiosis said somewhat dejectedly, "It seems that we can't stop it. However, don't think that you can go against gods like this." As he said that, he had already turned into his human form. He looked at Nian Bing and quietly gave her a look. Nian Bing was stunned, and a sense of uneasiness rose in her heart. At this moment, a soft voice seemed to sound from all directions at the same time. "It seems that we have to solve it in the end. I didn't expect that there would be so many powerhouses on this continent." 2 illusory figures appeared in the distance. When Nian Bing's spiritual power detected their existence, they were still thousands of feet away from the Ice Valley. When the soft voice finished speaking, they were already in front of her. The 2 of them were wearing red and black armor, respectively. The armor was made of sparkling and translucent ores. The 2 of them looked very ordinary. The man on the left had a medium build. He had short gray hair and looked very energetic. It was a pity that he had a huge nose that destroyed the balance of his facial features. He couldn't be described as handsome. The only thing that was strange about him was his eyes. He was a well-built man with a pair of peach blossom eyes. His eyes rippled as he looked at Nian Bing with what he thought was a seductive gaze. This caused Nian Bing to feel a chill in his heart. On the other hand, the other man beside him looked even more ordinary. There was nothing special about him. His eyes flickered with a sinister light. The aura of the 2 of them wasn't strong. Their appearance didn't bring any pressure. However, the words of the 7 Dragon Kings made Nian Bing's heart skip a beat. Chapter 223. Kagiosis and his people greet the 2 Lord Gods. Lord Gods. They were actually Lord Gods. Nian Bing was shocked. He knew that Kagiosis was deliberately reminding him. Even Sheyue's face became ugly. On the godly mainland, the title of Lord God only belonged to powerhouses above the 14th level. The Dragon God told Nian Bing that most of the Lord Gods were sleeping. Including him, there were a total of 8 Lord Gods. Some of them were added after the Great War of the Gods 10,000 years ago. However, these Lord Gods were at least 10,000 years old. They had lived for more than 10,000 years with human bodies. How strong they were! Perhaps only people of the same level as them on the godly mainland would know. The feminine voice sounded again. He didn't seem to be in a hurry to stop Yu from completing the spell. With his eyes rippling, he said with his feminine voice with a smile, "7 Dragon Kings, you don't have to be so polite." Kagiosis said respectfully, "I'm sorry, Lord God. We are incompetent and can't stop these humans." "It doesn't matter. You have tried your best. The strength of these people is indeed beyond our expectations. It seems that the Yangon continent is developing very fast. Perhaps in a few years, it will become another lost continent." While talking, there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. "Let me introduce myself. I am one of the 8 Lord Gods of the godly mainland, the god of Death, Valley Dragon. This is the god of misfortune, Xiaoyu. With your strength, you shouldn't stay on this continent. As long as you are willing, I can extradite you to the godly mainland and become a member of the gods. As proud gods, you are much stronger than ordinary people here." Nian Bing was very calculative. He didn't expect that the Lord God would actually come in person, but things had developed to this point. He couldn't stop. He could only hope that Yu Yu's spell would end soon. Although they were not as strong as the Lord God, it would be enough as long as they could delay until Yu Yu finished the spell. Nian Bing snorted disdainfully and said sarcastically, "The godly mainland? A member of the gods. To that hell-like place of yours? Lord Death God, I'm afraid you've only brought us bad luck." The Valley Dragon was stunned, and his expression changed slightly. "So you've been to the continent of gods before?" As he said that, he looked at the dwarf Halogen in some doubt. That flowing gaze suddenly became solid. Si Luen grunted, and his body swayed slightly. He took a step back on Oscar's back. The look in Nian Bing's eyes changed slightly. Even if Halogen wasn't the strongest, he was definitely in the top 3. This god of death only needed one look. He was actually able to make Halogen retreat. He was so strong, as expected of the title of sovereign. Whether I've been there or not, that's up to the god of sorrow to decide. I didn't expect that we would actually alarm 2 chief gods this time. It's truly our honor. Gulong touched the gray hair on his head and looked down at the red armor on his body. He smiled and said, "It seems that we were right to come. You guys are much more difficult to deal with than we thought. Now, it's time for you guys to make a decision. I'll give you 2 choices. 1, end the seal and follow us back to the godly mainland. Swear to become a member of the gods. The other is to die." He purposely dragged out the word die. His expression darkened. "All of you will die." Halogen roared, "Die? Then teach me how to write this word. Divinity Slayer." Raising his huge axe, he suddenly jumped up from Oscar's back. The huge axe brought up a sky-shocking black rainbow as it suddenly chopped towards the god Morning Valley Dragon. Nian Bing had seen Shu Luen unleash his full power before. Now that he saw Shu Luen unleash his full power, he immediately unleashed the spiritual power that he had recovered. The heavens, a domain, instantly enveloped Shu Luen's body, increasing his strength. Extinguishing soul, flame, listen to my command. The faint voice changed again at this moment. A black light rose from the fog behind Evil Moon and went straight to the sky. It merged with a huge blood-red door. The door opened a little more. The golden triangle with dark red patterns suddenly had a black halo around it. The Valley Dragon and the god of misfortune Xia, you didn't seem to be in a hurry. It was as if they didn't hear the faint voice. Gulong looked at Halogen's attack and raised his right hand. He lightly slapped out a palm to meet Halogen's attack. The axe light disappeared almost instantly. The red airflow didn't seem to be very powerful. However, there was a little golden light in the red airflow. Although the golden light was very small, it was very dazzling. Boom! The shock wave of the collision rose into the sky and accompanied Halogen into the sky. Halogen was blasted up hundreds of feet. Although he held his battle axe tightly with both hands, the web between his thumb and index finger was already cracked. The light on the god-slaying axe also became much dimmer. He spat out a mouthful of blood. When Halogen's body rose to the highest point, he seemed to have lost consciousness. His body rolled and fell from the sky. Nian Bing's skies, I feel, disappeared the moment they collided. It was shattered by the violent explosion. Feng Nu rose into the sky and caught Halogen. At this time, the powerful dwarf warrior had already fallen into a coma. Silence, a deathly silence. Just a casual strike had knocked Shu Luen, who had used his full power, unconscious. What kind of power did this represent? The Valley Dragon made a sound of surprise and said, "It seems that I underestimated this dwarf. He was only injured and didn't die from my attack. And it seems that his strength isn't as simple as just the 13th level. Now, it's not too late to change your mind. Although the 13th level is strong, The gap between the 13th and 14th level is an insurmountable gap. Nian Bing didn't look at Halogen. She stared at the valley god in front of her. Her eyes narrowed into slits. The ultimate realm's Huangji acupoint is indeed the strongest point. Others couldn't see it, but how could she not see it with her sky's eye acupoint? When she saw the golden light in those eyes, she already knew that Halogen wouldn't be able to fight against Gulong. The ultimate realm's Huangji acupoint was the true strength. The strongest point was the difference between levels. Halogen didn't have any chance at all. A 14th level earth god, an overgod with the ultimate realm's Huangji acupoint, a overgod who had lived for 10,000 years. Was he someone they could deal with? There was no answer. No one could tell Nian Bing the answer. Gulong's eyes moved. He smiled and said, "Since you know, what are you waiting for? I think the first choice is the best choice for you." Although his voice was very feminine, his bones exuded the strongest arrogance. Of course, he did have the right to be arrogant. Nian Bing said somewhat helplessly, "Well, it seems that we have no other choice. Do it." She shouted the last two words, which scared the Valley Dragon and Xiaoyu. At this critical moment, Selfless Moon no longer had any selfish thoughts. Evil Moon no longer had any selfish thoughts. His undead experts immediately charged forward, while Nian Bing's sky, domain turned completely black. Two phoenix cries rang out, one blue and one red. The two phoenixes flew up at the same time. They attacked from two different directions. Nian Bing's glabella also lit up. A golden light covered the two overgods with great pressure. At this critical moment, he couldn't care less about saving his strength. If he wanted to hold these two guys back, he had to go all out. A clear and gentle chant rang out, and the huge ice lotus that had stopped drifted into the air. It drew an arc in the air before landing on the two overgods. At this moment, apart from Selfless Moon, everyone on Nian Bing's side who could attack had already attacked. The sacred teacher was just about to rush out, but he was stopped by Catiriosis. Catiriosis said in an unusually serious voice, "With the overgod strength, do they still need our help?" That would be the greatest insult to the two overgods. The sacred teacher was stunned, but he immediately understood that the 7 Dragon Kings had no intention of helping the two overgods. It was just like how they didn't help the gods when they first came here. "You're right. No wonder the Dragon God insisted on making you his successor." Gulong's voice sounded. Under the combined attack of everyone, he and Xiaoyu disappeared at almost the same time. After Nian Bing's spell missed, he suddenly realized something and shouted, "Mom, be careful. It's the ultimate spirit point." Not only did these two overgods possess the ultimate Emperor acupoint, but they also possessed the ultimate Earth Spirit acupoint, which represented extreme speed. Their movements could only be tracked through the Heaven's Eye acupoint. When Nian Bing's attack missed, the Heaven's Eye acupoint had already determined the direction of the overgod's attacks. The Ice Spirit and the mages of the Ice God Tower continued chanting. Two faint figures appeared in front of them in a flash. The golden light in Gulong's hand appeared again. This time his target was Nian Bing's mother. That huge ice lotus suddenly disappeared, and when it reappeared, it happened to be the moment Gulong attacked. The limit of speed was teleportation, and under the perfect control of the Ice Spirit, a spell of the 14th step had actually reached the limit of speed. Gulong and Xia, you naturally had their reasons for choosing the Ice Spirit. This was because they could feel that in this environment, the 100 mages, led by the Ice Spirit, had the ability to delay them. Therefore, the first to be destroyed was naturally the greatest threat. At the level of an overgod, their attack method was very simple. It was just that Gulong's attack was with his right hand, while Xiaoyu's attack was with her left hand. As the two of them extended their hands, they met the ice lotus that was formed from the full power of 100 magicians. F*CK. Nian Bing teleported to the battlefield. However, All the magical elements in the center of the collision were distorted. He had appeared in a different place from where he was supposed to appear, and a violent collision still occurred. Halos floated in all directions. In almost an instant, the ice valley disappeared. The entire ice valley disappeared completely. This was something that the gods couldn't do before. However, it disappeared under the full power of the two overgods and the mages led by the ice spirit. The shockwave created by the explosion saved Kitty, her pets, and the gods fighting the pets because of the vacuum in the middle. However, the surrounding glaciers completely disappeared. The ground became flat, as if this was a flat ice field to begin with. Gulong and Xia Yu's bodies only trembled slightly before calming down. However, the 100 ice mages spat out blood at the same time. The ice spirit's face turned ashen, and a white light flashed in her chest. If she hadn't opened the west meridian to absorb a large amount of ice element, and if it hadn't been for the current environment, the two overgods' ultimate emperor acupoints would have been enough to make the mages led by her disappear like glaciers. Although she blocked the attack, the ice lotus disappeared. At the same time, the ice spirit was heavily injured. Her vision turned dark, and she couldn't even maintain the blizzard below her. Her body fell directly to the ground. Nian Bing caught her mother in time. An unprecedented grief and anger surged from her heart. Without holding back, she transferred her life force into her mother's body. Her eyes had turned blood red. She roared, "Oscar!" A gray figure appeared beside Nian Bing. In the next moment, Nian Bing carefully placed her mother on Oscar's back. Gulong and Xia, you didn't care about Nian Bing's state of mind. When they saw that the ice spirit was no longer able to fight, they didn't care about the mages who were as weak as ants. The two of them split up. One rushed towards Yu, while the other rushed towards Nian Bing. From the simple contact, they could tell that Nian Bing was the leader of this group. Killing her was a must. The flame of eternally blazing, ceaseless breathing, hear my command. The purple flame rose into the air with a faint chant. It was the flame of the fourth color. The dark red door was half open. The incantation was recited very quickly because no one could see what he looked like under the fog of the evil moon. Nian Bing stood up straight in the air and looked coldly at Gulong. "You hurt my mother." Gulong smiled at Nian Bing. "So what?" Nian Bing's red eyes shone with a terrifying light. "When I was young, someone took away my mother's love. It wasn't until recently that I saw my mother again. At that time, I swore to myself that no one would be able to take my mother away from me again, not even a real god." Gulong looked at Nian Bing's forehead that flickered with a faint brilliance. "With your Tianyan point, perhaps in a few hundred years you can also become an expert at my level. However, I'm afraid the one who will die now will be you." Nian Bing smiled. It was a somewhat sinister smile. "Is that so? Then I'll take a gamble." "Gamble?" Gulong looked at Nian Bing with some surprise. After coming to this continent, Yangon made his heart that had been silent for many years come alive again. He believed that the goddess of misfortune on the other side would not let the process of unsealing continue. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to kill Nian Bing. Nian Bing nodded and said, "That's right. It's a gamble on my own fate, and also a gamble on your fate." The blood-red eyes suddenly returned to normal. In the next moment, the light between his brows suddenly brightened. The golden light spread almost endlessly. Nian Bing and Gulong heard a shattering sound almost at the same time. Then, Nian Bing's body trembled. "Flames of the four realms, descend upon my body." Faint Yu's accelerated voice sounded again. This time, above the huge blood-red door in the sky, the four flames that had risen before descended at the same time. The fog emitted by Evil Moon unexpectedly dissipated, revealing Faint Yu in the sky. Faint Yu changed, for flames soared around her body. She was like a flame queen. Her hands reverted to the shape of claws and folded in front of her chest. The blood-red light had filled all the spaces between her claws. Xia Yu's strength was indeed terrifying. Whether it was Lan Chen, Feng Nu, or the powerful Dark King Evil Moon, at this time they could clearly feel the huge gap between the 14th rank and the 13th rank. When Xia Yu appeared again, the Vampire King, the Zombie King, and those necromancers were torn to pieces by his surging Do Qi. They couldn't even get close to him. Feng Nu and Lan Chen had been shaken back. Evil Moon's bloody devour had turned into a blood-red light spot. The undead magic he launched with all his strength was completely immune in front of the tyrannical Do Qi of the 14th rank. Xia Yu's body swayed slightly, and he arrived in front of Faint Yu. Across the air, he punched at Faint Yu, who was burning with 4 flames. At this time, Evil Moon, Lan Chen, and Feng Nu were already powerless to stop him. The attacks launched by the ice magicians who fell on the ground in the distance could only turn into ice powder in front of the Do Qi of the god of misfortune. His left fist, shining with golden light, imprinted a golden figure, which was about to rush into the range of Miordaz's sealing bottle. Faint Yu didn't have any expression. Looking up at the door in the air, she had completely lost control of her body at this time. She could only continue the incantation, but the golden fist full of the aura of death had already arrived. Puff, the golden fist disappeared, but Faint Yu was still chanting, and the light beam formed by Miordaz's sealing bottle was not affected in the slightest. However, there was one more figure outside the light beam, blocking the golden fist. "Sina!" Evil Moon roared, his body swayed, and he caught the figure. It was the Vampire Queen who had never appeared. Relying on dark concealment, she had been guarding Faint Yu, in order to prevent anyone who wanted to destroy the incantation. Why are you so stupid?" Evil Moon's eyes were somewhat moist at this time. A bitter smile appeared on Sina's face. "That's our daughter. Our only daughter. Evil Moon, do you know? I don't love you because of your power and strength. I love you because of you. In order to fulfill your wish, what is my life?" With a self-deprecating smile, Evil Moon watched as his wife's body turned into a cloud of dust and drifted away. He was stunned, his body trembling, and the evil aura surged. His heart was in severe pain. Only now did he know that his cold heart could actually feel pain. Boom, boom. The goddess of misfortune, Xia Yu, sent Feng Nu and Lan Chen flying with 2 punches. After being hit by the Huangji acupoint again, the 2 women had changed back to their original human forms in the air. After all, they were not real phoenixes. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Being seriously injured, they could only rely on the royal feathers to not fall in the air at this time. Previously, they had learned a lesson from Halogen, and tried not to fight Xia Yu head-on, so they could hold on. However, now that Faint Yu was in danger, they had to attack with all their strength, but the result was still that they couldn't resist. A 14th level true god was too powerful. 5th level, flame, attack, my enemy! Xia Yu's figure flashed, and she went around Evil Moon and punched towards Faint Yu again. She wasn't afraid of Evil Moon, but she didn't want to waste time. At this time, Evil Moon was still hugging his wife, and he was completely in a daze. He didn't notice Xia Yu's figure at all, and he just muttered to himself, "Is it worth it? Is it all worth it?" Xia Yu was about to succeed, but at this time, the blood-red light ball in Faint Yu's hand suddenly burned. It was a sparkling red flame, and it burned at the same time as the other 4 flames around her. The flame of the 5 realms. Yes, it was the flame of the 5 realms. The golden fist disappeared when it entered Miordaz's bottle of sealing, and disappeared in the flame of the 5 realms. Xia Yu was slightly stunned. Just as she was about to attack again, the flame of the 5 realms rose into the air and flew towards the blood-red door in the sky. At this time, the opening of the seal had reached the final stage. The moment the flame of the 5 realms rose into the air, even with Xia Yu's strength, she was sent flying. On the other side, God Morning Valley Dragon was in a state of panic. when the golden light from Nian Bing's forehead spread to her entire body. An aura that made Gulong tremble with fear suddenly appeared. Sensing that something was wrong, he didn't wait any longer and immediately attacked Nian Bing. The attack from the ultimate emperor acupuncture point was like lightning, and it blasted towards Nian Bing. However, what met Gulong's attack was also a golden lightning. Amidst the violent explosion, Nian Bing was still floating in the air, but her body was no longer trembling. On the other hand, Gulong was blasted 10 feet away. Nian Bing's eyes had unknowingly turned golden. I want to try the feeling of killing a god. A substantial golden light shot out from his forehead almost instantaneously. Even Gulong's ultimate earth spirit, Cave, couldn't help him dodge it. His right hand attacked again, but he was shocked to find that his ultimate emperor acupuncture point had been penetrated by the faint golden light. Following that, Gulong's body stopped, and he stared blankly at Nian Bing, his eyes filled with disbelief. Golden flames continued to shoot out from Nian Bing's 7 orifices. His golden eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Bang! Gulong's head exploded, and his brain matter burst out. His body lost the protection of energy and was frozen in an ice tornado and then torn into pieces. In a flash, Nian Bing had already arrived in front of Xiaoyu, just in time to meet the goddess of misfortune, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's mind was completely focused on destroying the seal, and she didn't think that Nian Bing would be able to arrive in time. She looked suspiciously at Nian Bing, who was standing in front of her, and whose entire body was emitting a terrifying golden light. "Where's Gulong?" "Dead." Nian Bing's voice sounded like it came from hell. At this moment, the flame of the 5 realms had already soared into the sky and imprinted itself on the blood-red door. The door finally opened, and Yu began her final chant. Heaven, earth, return to chaos, in, forbidden, world. Fong, brilliant, tyrannical. Flame, formation, open, ba. As Yu began her final chant, another ray of golden light floated out from between Nian Bing's brows, heading straight for Xiaoyu. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes were filled with intense killing intent. Xiaoyu saw the golden eye open between Nian Bing's brows, and suddenly realized something. With a roar, a ray of golden light burst forth from his left arm, and a rain of blood mixed with the golden light. He actually broke his arm that contained the Emperor Acupoint, and a huge amount of golden energy fused with the white light from his head to meet that ray of golden light. Xiaoyu himself didn't stop at all, and in an instant he flew back and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The golden light disappeared without a sound, and Xiaoyu's arm disappeared at the same time. Nian Bing floated there without moving, and the golden light between his brows kept flashing. Every time it flashed, there would be a moment of pause. The killing intent in his eyes gradually disappeared, and until the last moment before he fainted, he didn't turn around to look at Yu, who was chanting her final chant. Oscar's huge body quickly appeared below Nian Bing, and at this time, Nian Bing fell down, peacefully falling down. He landed beside his mother and fell into a deep sleep, his whole body still wrapped in the golden light. Oscar, who was connected to Nian Bing's mind, could feel the strange aura on Nian Bing's body. That aura didn't seem to belong to physical energy, nor was it spiritual energy, but a strange mixture of energies. Although Nian Bing was unconscious, his aura was very stable and strong, and there were no signs of him being injured. The battle below was also coming to an end. In the fox's fox fart domain, Kitty's pets exploded with super strong fighting power. In the stalemate, whether it was Kitty's pets or the 6 gods, the injuries on their bodies were constantly increasing. However, these pets' bodies were too huge, and each of them had an astonishing defensive power. Although the gods exploded their acupuncture points, they were also affected by the stench, and their fighting power was weakened. Every time they tried to concentrate their power to kill 1 or 2 magical beasts, they would inevitably attract the violent attacks of all the magical beasts. In just a short quarter of an hour, The pets' attacks became fiercer and fiercer, and the gods' defense became more and more difficult as the energy from exploding their acupuncture points gradually decreased. They were still hoping that the 7 Dragon Kings and the Dragon King would come and save them, but the Dragon King and the Dragon King who appeared one after another didn't even look at them, and just let them be besieged by the magical beasts. Finally, the 6 gods heaved a sigh of relief. The stench disappeared, and the magical beasts in front of them also returned to their original appearance. Each of them seemed to be much weaker than before, and they just surrounded them and stopped attacking. At this moment, the gods finally had a chance to catch their breath and looked at the sky. Although exploding their acupuncture points would cause them great losses, once their boss succeeded, then the situation would definitely change. However, when they raised their heads to look at the sky, they just happened to see Nian Bing suddenly exploding with unimaginable power. In just an instant, one of the 2 Dragon Kings died and the other fled. The 6 gods were stunned for a moment. Then they all made the same choice. They gathered all their remaining energy and flew into the sky. They wanted to leave this terrifying place as soon as possible. Even their boss had run away. What good would it be for them to stay here? Kitty was a pure-hearted little girl. If it was any other time, it would be very difficult for her to kill them all. However, today was different. She had seen the 6 gods besieged by the magical beasts before, and she had seen them in the territory of the white race. The hands of these 6 gods were once stained with the blood of the white race. When a pure-hearted little girl exploded, it was also very terrifying. The mythological beasts led by Guan Guan had already lost most of their attacking power due to overexertion of their potential. Their degree of weakness was not much worse than the deities. However, when the 6 deities were about to fly up, they felt a pain in their brains at the same time. Their do-chi was instantly cut off and they fell back to the ground. A faint silver light sealed the sky. Kitty was no longer the Kitty of the past. At this time, she had inherited the spiritual power of her parents. The spiritual magic unique to the white race was definitely effective in sealing the weak gods. The magical beasts slowly parted to the sides. The earth trembled slightly with a muffled sound. A huge figure appeared in front of the gods. They were shocked to see that it was a pure gold figure. That's right, it was pure gold. Its huge body carried an infinite amount of pressure. With every step it took, they would feel an incomparably strong pressure. They were sure that it was a dragon. However, it looked different from the Dragon King. Although this dragon's wings were very wide and thick, its body was even bigger. Even the 7 Dragon Kings in the sky could not compare to its huge body. Its golden body was covered with a layer of extremely thick scales. On its back, there were 7 sharp spikes that were half a foot long. Its long tail dragged behind it, and there were 9 forks on its tail. Its whole body emitted a faint golden light. On the back of this dragon sat a little girl. Her body was set off by the golden light, and she looked so pure. However, at this time, her big eyes were completely filled with killing intent. This huge dragon gave the gods a feeling of déjà vu. Back then, when they faced this golden-backed Earth Dragon King, Golden-backed Earth Dragon King Little Stutter had yet to evolve to this form. Right now, not only did its size change, the valiant aura surrounding its body was also many times more tyrannical than before. Chapter 224. They all knew that little girl. She was the fish that escaped from the White Man clan. Thinking of the magical beasts around them, they suddenly understood who was dealing with them. A cold glint flashed in the cat's eyes. Little Stutter's heavy footsteps suddenly became hurried. He actually sped up and charged towards the 6 deities. His pair of huge wings spread out to both sides like 2 huge machetes. The dragon tail on his back also stood up. Because of the weakness after the exploding acupoints, the gods could only show despair in their eyes at this time. At this moment, no one could save them. Their fate, like the white men they had slaughtered enough, could only end in the end. 9 golden lights shot out from Little Stutter's tail at the same time. In just a moment, 9 gods spurted blood at the same time and were thrown away. They couldn't dodge the energy impact at all, which was faster than lightning. The last thing they saw in their lives was a golden body growing larger and larger above them. Yu Yu's body, which was floating in the air, suddenly trembled slightly. Her eyes, which had turned back to black, were filled with deep sorrow. Faint blood energy continued to rise, and the sound of shattering rang out one after another. The 7 sealing bottles of Mordos around her shattered at the same time. 7 black streams of air merged into Yu Yu's body almost at the same time. Then, Yu Yu's hands formed a hand shape and pressed into the air. The black streams of air turned into a huge golden symbol in the air. Leaving behind after images, it merged into the vast space behind the blood-red door that had already been opened. No one knew what was in the dark space, but Faint Yu's spell to open the seal was finally completed. The blood-red sky seemed to tremble slightly. Then, the blood-red door opened in the air, and the black abyss turned golden. All the evil aura completely disappeared at this moment. The golden light shone directly on Faint Yu's body. Faint Yu closed her eyes and did as Evil Moon said. She should become the real sacrifice now. Evil Moon stared blankly at his daughter, who was shrouded in the golden light. His eyes were filled with endless sadness. He clearly saw that his only daughter's eyes were filled with sparkling tears. The tears were so pure. She was crying. Evil Moon suddenly felt as if he had lost everything. His body and mind were in a complete emptiness. His plan succeeded, but, however, his heart was far from the excitement and joy that should have been there. There was only sadness. The 7 Dragon Kings moved at this moment. They surrounded Evil Moon, and Oscar carried Nianbing to the light pillar where Yu Yu was. Evil Moon did not resist as the 7 Dragon Kings had expected. Instead, he floated there and looked up at his daughter in the air. A hint of clarity appeared in his eyes, and his hands were still in the same position as when he was hugging Sina. The golden light continued to shine, and the bloody light in the sky continued to fluctuate. Everyone was waiting in silence. They all had their own ideas. The 7 Dragon Kings stared at Evil Moon. They were surprised to find that there was no more evil aura coming from this evil lord. He looked at Yu Yu with eyes full of guilt and apology. He didn't move. He was mumbling something, but it didn't seem like he was chanting. Instead, it seemed like he was praying. The golden light converged, and the earth trembled. A slight earthquake appeared at this time, just like the bloody light in the sky, constantly throbbing. Suddenly, the huge blood-red door in the sky faded away. Yu Yu's pale face had a little more color, and the original evil aura was replaced by a holy aura. A black light appeared in front of her chest, and her body was shrouded in a layer of golden light. No one knew what was happening now, but everyone was sure that the seal had been opened, and the lost continent was returning to this world in an unknown process. The light pillar produced by Murtaze's sealing bottle disappeared, and so did the blood-red door in the sky. The sun shone on the earth, bringing bursts of vitality to everything. The cold air in the ice cave below also stopped spreading. Although the surrounding temperature was still very low, everyone felt a little warm. Not dead. Yu Yu is not dead. Evil Moon's body was trembling because of excitement. He looked at his daughter in the sacred teacher's arms as they fell from the sky. His eyes were a little hazy, and 2 drops of crystal tears rolled down from the eyes of this evil lord. Dark Dragon King Kagiosius frowned and said, "Evil Moon, the ceremony has been completed. Are you going to become the new master of the lost continent?" His words were full of sarcasm. As a master of dark energy, he certainly knew that if the promise in the curse was to be fulfilled, it must go through a ceremony. However, the imagined ceremony didn't happen, and although Yu Yu had fallen into a coma, her life was still there. Evil Moon smiled bitterly and said, "No, I don't know. I only know that after the curse is over, the lost continent will return. I originally thought that when the curse is broken, the seal will be broken, and there will be some abnormal phenomena, which will give me the opportunity to become the master of the lost continent. But now it seems that I was wrong. My daughter didn't die, and I didn't become the master of the lost continent. I'm afraid that the legendary attachment is fake. Perhaps the oath of the master of the lost continent was just an empty promise. However, I'm not disappointed at all. I'm glad that at least my daughter didn't die. I know that you have a great hatred for me. So if you want to kill me, then kill me. But as a father, I want to ask you to let my daughter go. She has never done anything evil, and all the fault lies with me. I'm willing to use my life in exchange for my daughter's life. The 7 dragon kings were stunned. Was this still the evil lord? He actually said such words and actually chose to sacrifice himself? Everyone looked at Evil Moon in disbelief, but all they saw in Evil Moon's eyes was a sense of worry. Kageosius looked at Evil Moon's eyes and then looked at his hands that were still in the same position. He understood something and nodded, saying, "No matter what, it has already happened. I don't want to know what you did in the past. Congratulations to you. You've walked out of the darkness. Take your daughter and leave." "Boss, no, we can't let him go." The other Dragon King shouted in surprise. Evil Moon had almost caused them to fall into an irrecoverable situation last time, and even caused Oscar to almost die. They were unwilling to let him go. Demanteti took her husband's hand, looked at him deeply, and said, "Are you really sure?" Kageosius nodded firmly and said, "He's like me at that time." After an instant of enlightenment, he had already lost everything. He has already been reborn. However, he was far from being as lucky as me. He didn't wake up until the moment of his wife's death. At that time, since the dragon god could forgive my past sins and give me a chance to be reborn, then why can't I give him such a chance? Although he may have killed a lot of people, but when he becomes a good person, he will be able to bring a good side to the human world. Instead of killing him, it is better to kill him. Rather than killing him, it's better to let him use the rest of his life to make up for the sins he has committed. Evil Moon, I think you should understand what I mean. Evil Moon looked at Kageosius, feeling the huge dragon aura emanating from him. His eyes were filled with sorrow. His eyes were filled with intense sorrow. Yes, you're right. I realized it too late. I've been pursuing my dreams for many years, but I've neglected the most precious thing to me. The moment Sina died, my ambition was shattered. I don't know why, but all the things in the past disappeared like smoke in my eyes. In fact, if you kill me, I'll be happy. That way I can go see Sina. Kageosius sighed softly and said, "No, we won't kill you. If you really feel that you were wrong in the past, then you need to repent. Repent with your own actions. I hope you can understand what I mean. You lost your wife, but you still have your daughter. I think you won't let your daughter go down the same path as you did in the past. Take your daughter and leave. Do what a father should do." Evil Moon shook his head and said, "Thank you, Dark Dragon King. Thank you for allowing me a chance to be reborn. However, I won't take you away. I don't deserve to be her father. I actually had to sacrifice my daughter to fulfill my dream. From that moment on, I was no longer worthy of being her father. Please, when she wakes up, tell her that her father has followed her mother. If she wants to hate, let her hate me. No matter where, I will pray for Yuyu." Taking a deep look at Yuyu in the saint's arms, Evil Moon suddenly struck his right shoulder with a backhand palm, forcibly tearing off his right arm. There was no blood spurting out. The black mist stopped the blood from flowing. His action startled the 7 Dragon Kings, but Evil Moon didn't do anything. He held his right arm in his left hand and handed it to Kageosius. Although his forehead was covered with cold sweat, he didn't even make a sound. Kageosius frowned and said, "What are you doing?" Evil Moon calmly glanced at them and said, "If I was still the Evil Moon of the past, I'm afraid none of you would be able to leave here alive today. However, I'm no longer the Evil Lord. I'll give you my right arm, but you have to be careful not to release the thing inside. I think you must have a way to deal with those things. I'll be leaving now. Please take care of my daughter. No matter what she chooses in the future, let her be. Her lover is over there, sealed by my magic. Thank you for forgiving me." After bowing deeply, Evil Moon floated away in the black mist, leaving nothing behind. Kageosius was stunned for a moment. He looked at the other dragon kings around him. At this time, Feng Nu and Lan Qin, who had recovered a little, flew over. Feng Nu said, "Let's leave this place first. However, the ice valley here must be repaired. Otherwise, once the ice eye erupts again, it will affect the continent." Long Ling had already flown over when Kageosius and Evil Moon were talking. She was beside Oscar, looking at Nian Bing and the ice spirit with concern. Hearing Feng Nu's words, she hurriedly said, "Leave this matter to me. Although the two true gods just now injured me and the other magicians, our strength is still there. In this environment, only we ice magicians can survive better. I think within a certain period of time, we can restore the ice valley to its original state. 100 ice magicians in this world of ice and snow indeed had the strength to do so, although it would take a long time." 2 days later, Ice Moon Empire, Ice Moon City. When Nian Bing's consciousness gradually recovered, she felt the warmth of the surroundings. The messy thoughts in her mind were gradually straightened out as her mind became clearer. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a spacious room. The room was very warm. She was lying on a spacious bed. The decorations in the room were very simple. There was even an incense burner on the table beside the bed, emitting a faint fragrance. How did I get here? Is everything already over? She didn't see the final scene, but she could vaguely remember what had happened. Amidst her suspicions, she quickly checked her body. She was shocked to find that her body had changed again. The biggest change was in her brain. At that time, when she was facing the two overgods who had hurt her mother, Nian Bing's brain was filled with hot blood. At that time, she only thought of protecting her mother and avenging her. Under such circumstances, if the two overgods were allowed to continue their attack, not only would the ceremony to open the seal not be completed, none of the humans present would be able to leave this place alive. Therefore, Nian Bing told the Valley Dragon that he wanted to take a gamble. He wanted to gamble with his life. As it turned out, he made the right bet. What did Nian Bing bet on? He bet on his celestial eye acupoint, which had merged two acupoints. Not only was there the celestial eye acupoint, there was also the Huangji acupoint. These two acupoints had both reached the ultimate level, but Nian Bing's energy broke through in an instant. He chose to explode the acupoint. Yes, explode his two most powerful acupoints. At that time, Nian Bing didn't care about the consequences. He knew that with the ultimate level of the celestial eye acupoint and the Huangji acupoint, as long as he could obtain the energy produced by exploding either acupoint, it would be a threat to the two overgods. Therefore, he chose to gamble. He firmly believed that he wouldn't die. As long as there was pure life energy in his chest, unless his body was crushed, he definitely wouldn't die. Therefore, he chose to explode the acupoint. At the moment of exploding the acupoint, Nian Bing didn't feel the pain that he had imagined. He also didn't feel the splattering of blood like other overgods. When he used all his spiritual energy to break through the celestial eye acupoint, he shockingly discovered that his restricted spiritual energy had returned. Furthermore, there was an additional strange energy in his spiritual energy. Ling Yanbing was pleasantly surprised to find that the Huangji acupoint was actually separated from the celestial eye acupoint. This allowed him to unleash a powerful attack when he faced Gulong for the first time. Not only did the celestial eye acupoint contain the Huangji acupoint's energy, the Huangji acupoint also contained the celestial eye acupoint's energy. At the instant when the Huangji acupoint's energy was released, Nian Bing clearly discovered that the Huangji acupoint's golden light was actually able to analyze the strength of Gulong's attack. Following that, he didn't hesitate to launch a physical spiritual attack. That was a delightful and extremely dangerous attack. Gulong's strength at the 14th step was extremely difficult to deal with. Nian Bing knew that his greatest advantage was his spiritual energy. Otherwise, even if he had the same ultimate Huangji acupoint, he wouldn't be able to defeat Gulong. Therefore, while Gulong was shocked, the same golden light appeared. Because everything happened too quickly, Gulong didn't have time to think before using his own Huangji acupoint to face the attack. However, spiritual energy and battle qi were two completely different concepts. His Huangji acupoint attack was easily penetrated by spiritual energy. Then Gulong died. Originally, even if Nian Bing had a physical spiritual attack, he wouldn't have been killed so easily. However, under the circumstances at that time, because of his own psychological changes, he was actually killed by Nian Bing. However, Nian Bing also didn't have a good time. Although the effect of a physical spiritual attack was very good, if the enemy's spiritual energy was stronger than his, then the one to be blown up could only be himself. Gulong's spiritual energy couldn't be compared to Nian Bing's, but he was after all a master god who had existed for more than 10,000 years. Nian Bing killed him in one blow. His own spiritual energy was also severely damaged. However, under the circumstances at that time, Nian Bing didn't have the time to stop. As such, he immediately appeared in front of the goddess of misfortune Xiaoyu and unleashed another substantial spiritual attack. Although Xiaoyu didn't say a word, his judgment was clearly better than Gulong's. When he saw the golden eye between Nian Bing's eyebrows, he knew that something was wrong. He immediately made the decision to activate the Huangji acupoint in his left arm and used that instant to escape the scene. In fact, Xiaoyu was a little too careful. Under the circumstances at that time, Nian Bing's spiritual energy was already quite damaged. Even if Xiaoyu wasn't his match, if he chose to escape directly, Xiaoyu wouldn't be able to catch him. Nian Bing might not have the ability to chase after Xiaoyu, but in order to preserve her life, Xiaoyu used the most reliable method, which resulted in her body being severely injured. However, after forcing Xiaoyu to retreat, Nian Bing's spiritual power was also severely shaken by the combined attack of Xiaoyu's Huangji acupoint and his own spiritual power. In addition to the injuries he had suffered previously, he directly fainted. Thinking back to what happened when he fainted, Nian Bing couldn't help but smile faintly. Killing an overgod and scaring off an overgod with his own strength. This probably hadn't happened even during the Great War of the Gods. Now, Nian Bing could clearly feel that the heavenly eye between his eyebrows and the Huangji acupoints had fused into one. However, what was different from before was that as long as he willed it, the physical attack of his spiritual energy would still exist. Furthermore, he could launch different attacks according to his will. It could be physical spiritual energy or physical energy from the Huangji acupoint. This change imperceptibly increased Nian Bing's strength greatly. Now, even if he met an overgod again, he wouldn't have anything to fear. His body also seemed to have some changes. A faint golden light flowed under his skin, and the mana in his body seemed to have become more domineering than before. It followed his will and formed a direct link with the outside world. What Ling Yanbing was most excited about was that the explosion of his 2 acupoints this time didn't have any consequences. It was as if those 2 acupoints had never exploded in the first place. Furthermore, the West Meridian acupoint's ability had increased a little under the influence of their explosion. It was developing towards the ultimate realm. It seemed that this time he had profited from a disaster. After a short moment of joy, Nian Bing quickly calmed down. The first thing he thought about was the final outcome after the seal was broken. A thoughtful look appeared in his eyes as he moved his body and sat up on the bed. His whole body was light as a feather, and his brain felt a little dizzy. He stood up and did some simple exercises in the room. He immediately felt a lot better. This time he didn't know how long he had been lying down, so his blood and qi were inevitably not flowing smoothly. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from outside. The energy in Nian Bing's Tian Yan acupoint moved slightly, and his psychic energy became his eyes. He just happened to see Feng Nu and Lan Chen walking towards his room together. He hurriedly turned back to the bed and lay down on the bed again. The door opened, and Feng Nu and Lan Qin each came in with a tray. Both of their faces were a little heavy. They walked to the bed and put down the tray. Feng Nu carefully lifted the quilt and sighed softly. "You've been in a coma for more than 10 days. Aren't you going to wake up soon?" Lan Qin smiled and said, "Sister, don't worry. Didn't Senior Kagyoshi say that Nian Bing's body is fine and that he hasn't suffered any injuries? He will definitely wake up soon." Feng Nu said, You only know how to talk about me. Do you think I can't see the worry in your heart? Nian Bing and that miss you are really capable. They have returned to Ice Moon City for more than 10 days, and neither of them has woken up yet. Sigh, the lost continent might have already returned to this world. I don't know how it is over there. Now that Nian Bing hasn't woken up yet, how can we rush over? Lan Chan sighed softly and said, "Let's wait a little longer. Mother's injuries are almost healed, and Ling Er's side should have already repaired the ice valley. If Nian Bing still can't wake up by then, we can only go to the lost continent to take a look." Fortunately, Nian Bing made preparations in advance and let Ice Moon and Alin send a large number of troops to guard the Tian Ding mountain range. We can still be at ease. Feng Nu carefully helped Nian Bing take off his clothes and picked up a warm towel from the small basin on the tray and wiped Nian Bing's firm chest. "Little sister, feed him something." Lan Qin agreed and picked up a bowl from the tray he brought over. A faint blush appeared on his face, and he drank a mouthful first. Then he moved closer to Nian Bing's mouth, kissed his lips, and carefully passed the food over. A gust of Xiantian qi, accompanied by the fragrance of the food, entered Nian Bing's mouth. Under the effect of the Xiantian qi, the food was sent into Nian Bing's stomach. Delicious. The taste is really not bad. This should be the taste of ginseng chicken soup. It is really very nutritious. However, the taste of Chin-Chin's cold and soft lips was even better. After the battle, tasting the food that his beloved wife passed to him with her mouth, Ling Nianbing felt a burst of warmth in his heart. He subconsciously kissed Lan Chen's lips back and was reluctant to leave no matter what. Lan Chen felt Nian Bing's kiss back, and her tender body stiffened at first. Then she immediately hugged Nian Bing's neck and responded enthusiastically. Her husband's waking up made her heart full of joy. "Nian Bing, you're awake?" Feng Nu also felt the changes in Nian Bing's body. Nian Bing woke up and let go of Lan Chen, allowing her to leave his body. Looking at the pair of beautiful sisters in front of him, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Lan Chen's pretty face was slightly red, and she looked at Nian Bing and asked in a low voice, "How are you? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Nian Bing sat up, one in each hand, and hugged the two sisters, saying nothing. "I just ate your elixir. How can I feel uncomfortable?" Leaning against Nian Bing's warm embrace, Feng Nu and Lan Chen's worried hearts finally relaxed. In the warmth, they didn't say anything. After a while, Feng Nu seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly broke free from Nian Bing's embrace and said in a bad mood, "Tell us, how do you want us to punish you?" Nian Bing was stunned for a moment and said with a smile, "Feng Nu, you still haven't forgotten. You see, I just woke up and my body is still weak, so this punishment can be waived." "It can't be waived. You actually abandoned us and ran away alone. Do you still want to not be punished?" Lan Chen also struggled out of Nian Bing's embrace and looked at Nian Bing with a sullen face. Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, I didn't do it on purpose. The main thing is it's a little too late." Feng Nu snorted and said, "Don't play dumb in front of us. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking?" "Nian Bing, I know you're afraid that we'll be in danger, but have you ever thought about what would happen to us if something happened to you?" Looking at Feng Nu's slightly red eyes, Nian Bing felt apologetic in her heart. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I promise there will never be a next time." Lan Chen looked at Nian Bing's embarrassed face and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "You still want a next time. It seems that our punishment will have to be heavier. Wow, it can't be, right? Feng Nu said with a smile. How about this? Our punishment can't be too heavy. After all, your body is still very weak. She deliberately emphasized the word weak. Since your body is so weak, then for a certain period of time, you're not allowed to be intimate with us, so as not to affect your injuries. This punishment is very light. Nian Bing said in a silly way, this certain period of time is long? In fact, my body is very weak. It's not a problem to be intimate, don't you know? Intimacy can promote blood circulation and help injuries, right? Feng Nu snorted and said, You wish, since you're weak, take good care of yourself. As for this certain period of time, it depends on your performance. If you perform well, maybe I'll lift the ban for you in a year. What? Nian Bing exclaimed. It takes a year to perform well, then you might as well kill me. Looking at delicacies in front of me, but not being able to eat. I can't stand this feeling. Feng Nu and Lan Chen's pretty faces turned red at the same time. Lan Chen said, Okay, let's see your performance first. Nian Bing saw that Lan Chen was a little relaxed and knew that they were just joking with her. So she took the two girls' little hands and said with a smile, How did you know I went there? I didn't tell you where I was going. Feng Nu smiled and said, You can't escape from our hands in this lifetime. If you don't tell us, don't we ask? After you left that day, Ling-Er, and I felt that something was wrong. After you left, Ling-Er and I also went to the Ice God Tower. We talked with Father and Mother there. We guessed what you were going to do. There was still time. Although we didn't know where you went, but when we thought about it, you must be going to participate in the ceremony to open the seal. As for the location, the 7 Dragon King seniors naturally know. If we can find them, we can naturally find you. Nian Bing suddenly realized. Only now did she understand that the 7 Dragon Kings had betrayed her. Her mind moved slightly, and she said, So you went to the Ice Valley with the 7 Dragon Kings? But their purpose is the opposite of ours. Didn't they stop you? Lan Chen chuckled and said, Fool, if the 7 Dragon King seniors really wanted to stop you, do you really think the last seal can be opened smoothly? Nian Bing's heart moved, and she suddenly understood something. At this moment, a deep voice came from outside. Let me talk to you about this matter. Then you will understand. The door opened, and the Fire Dragon King Garamandes walked in with a smile on his face. Looking at the sober Nian Bing, his excitement was no less than Feng Nu and Lan Chen's. Feng Nu hurriedly made way for Garamandes to sit down. Garamandes looked at Nian Bing and said slowly, Actually, a month before the ceremony started, those gods found us. After all, we belong to the continent of gods. Not to mention that there were 2 main gods at that time. Under their request, we couldn't refuse to stop Meortis from opening the seal of the sealed bottle. But at this point, a mysterious smile appeared on Garamandes' face. Chapter 225. But what? Nian Bing asked doubtfully. Garamandes chuckled and said, But before they came, we had already communicated with Lord Dragon God. We told your idea to Lord Dragon God, and after careful consideration, we decided to help you. After all, we are brothers, not enemies. What's more, everything you said was exactly what Lord Dragon God was worried about. Therefore, things went a lot smoother. Nian Bing felt a warmth in her heart. The Dragon King and the Dragon King loved her like an elder. On the battlefield at that time, the Dragon King was indeed a force that could change the whole situation. Garamandes laughed and said, Don't look at me with such grateful eyes. I won't like you. My sexual orientation is very normal. Nian Bing's face stiffened. Go to hell. After saying these 3 words, the 2 of them couldn't help but look at each other and laugh loudly. Garamandes said, You more or less know what kind of character the gods of that world were. Not only were they selfish, but they were also very arrogant. Especially after coming to the continent of Yangon, they didn't encounter any resistance. Each of them was like a heifer that had grown wings. They unanimously asked the Lord God to be the vanguard, and said that with their strength, they could completely solve the problem. Although we didn't know what kind of power you had in your hands, we understood the strength of you and halogen. In addition, Feng Nu and the others, as well as the Ice Moon Empire, who had a good relationship with you, might not be at a disadvantage. Naturally, we didn't stop them from being foolish and let them be. Sure enough, when they rushed over aggressively that day, we watched from afar. We saw you show off your invincible might and kill them until they couldn't do anything at all. I've seen the god-killing crossbow you designed. It's really powerful. If we faced it head-on, even we might not have a good result. Later, when the two Lord Gods saw that they couldn't take the situation, they couldn't hold on any longer. We have already discussed this with Feng Nu and the others in advance. The moment we appear, they will appear at the same time. In this stalemate, a few of the gods were killed by Feng Nu and Qin Qin, and we didn't have the strength to defeat you in this stalemate. We had to stall for time so that the two master gods had to come out. Actually, it was already too late for us to make a move. If it wasn't for your sudden mutation, I'm afraid we would have officially betrayed the continent of gods. Nian Bing naturally understood the meaning behind Garamandi's words. If the situation at that time had not improved, the 7 Dragon Kings would have joined forces with their own people to attack the two lords. Of course, they were afraid that the gods would destroy the Yangon continent in the future. But wasn't it also for themselves? Where could he find such a brother? Garamandes chuckled. You're becoming more and more monstrous, kid. You're even more monstrous than we thought. You can even insta-kill a master god. However, we didn't see how you did it. Nian Bing smiled. Naturally, it's the spiritual energy in the Tian Yen acupoint. Big brother, you should have heard of spiritual energy materialization attacks, right? Garamandes was surprised. You're saying? That golden light you unleashed at that time was spiritual energy? No wonder. No wonder even the god of sorrow's Huangji acupoint couldn't resist your attack. After all, that's the power of 2 domains. Nian Bing nodded. Spiritual energy attacks are very sudden. However, if that master god was prepared, I might not have been able to kill him so easily. The funny thing is that the god of sorrow was actually so scared by my spiritual energy materialization attacks that he was willing to explode his Huangji acupoint. Furthermore, he only set up a barrier and didn't attack me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been in trouble. A rank 14 Earth god is really not that easy to deal with. Fortunately, only 2 came this time, and they cherished their lives so much. Big brother, what happened after I fainted? Did Miorda's seal break? Garamandes' expression became serious. He nodded and said the seal was successfully broken. From that day onwards, we don't know about other places. In any case, the Ice Moon Empire has been in a state of slight earthquake. If my guess is correct, the lost continent has already returned. We have been waiting for you to wake up, so we immediately rushed over to take a look. Also, that little girl who cast the spell that day fainted after the spell ended. That evil moon gave us a huge shock. His wife died in order to save his daughter. After seeing his wife die, he actually changed into a different person. At first, I didn't believe that he would suddenly change so much, thinking that he had some kind of conspiracy. But later, he cut off his arm and gave it to Kathy. Only then did I understand that he really regretted it. Nian Bing said in surprise, Evil Moon regretted it? Then, who became the master of the lost continent? Garamandes shrugged his shoulders and said, We don't know. Now, none of us have figured out the specific situation at that time, because only that little girl, called Yu, could completely feel the changes when the seal was broken. Perhaps we can only wait for her to wake up from her deep sleep before we can get the answer. At least on the surface, it seems that no one has obtained the legendary master of the lost continent. Oh, by the way, do you know what was in the arm that Evil Moon gave to Kathy? That guy is really insidious. Fortunately, his temperament changed at that time. Otherwise, it's hard to predict what would happen in the end. Nian Bing's heart was moved. She had felt that Evil Moon should be hiding something, but she couldn't figure out how strong he was. Hearing Garamandes' words, she hurriedly asked, What is it? Garamandes said in a deep voice, That thing is very scary. I'm afraid you haven't heard of it. Even I have seen it for the first time. If Kathy Ossis didn't originally belong to the dark world, I'm afraid we wouldn't know the origin of that thing. Evil Moon destroyed his arm and planted a special seed in it. This thing feeds on his essence and blood every day. It's called the magic seed. After thousands of years of cultivation, the magic seed gradually grew a strange plant. This plant has no offensive power. However, during the process of its growth, it would produce an extremely special venom. Other than the master who nurtured it, any other creature that came into contact with it would definitely die. You could understand it as a corrosive venom, but the strength of this venom was unstoppable by anything. Anything. Nian Bing's heart was moved, and she said, "Even magic and fighting energy can't do it?" Garamandes nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, magic and fighting energy can't do it. That thing can corrode anything, including energy. Once Evil Moon explodes his arm, he releases that venom. Within a certain range, wherever the venom passes, nothing can stop it. Even our dragon scales can't do it. Moreover, the most vicious thing about this venom is that once it touches your body, you won't even have a chance to cut off your arm. It only takes a moment for your body to completely disappear, and the venom will also disappear at the same time. This kind of extreme Yin and evil venom is completely destructive." Nian Bing sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that with Evil Moon's strength, once the venom exploded in that situation, she was afraid that no one could survive on the field except for himself. He cultivated this evil thing for thousands of years at the cost of his own body. Perhaps only this master of the evil world could do it. Garamandes smiled and said, "So this thing can't even be stored. It can only be safe in Evil Moon's arm. Now, Kathy is thinking about how to deal with Evil Moon's evil hand. Alas, this thing is simply a hot potato. No matter where it is, it's hard to be at ease, unless it's used to destroy." Nian Bing's eyes flashed coldly and said, "This thing of Evil Moon was originally used to deal with the gods. Then let's fulfill his wish. The lost continent has returned. It has become a bridge between the godly mainland and the Yangon continent. The king god has escaped, and I'm afraid they won't let it go easily. I think we should go to the lost continent as soon as possible and see the situation there. In fact, I've always been a little worried about the situation of the lost continent. If it develops like it did during the War of the Gods 10,000 years ago, today, after 10,000 years, their horror is not less than that of the godly mainland. Now, I just hope that the people of the lost continent can be more rational than those gods. Although the lost continent has returned, our plan can be said to have failed. The failure he referred to was that he couldn't become the master of the lost continent. Now, the lost continent was equivalent to being out of control. Feng Nu suddenly said, "That's not necessarily true. I think the legend of the lost continent is not necessarily false. Perhaps the real master of the lost continent has already appeared." Nian Bing looked at Feng Nu, and Feng Nu was also looking at him. His brain, which had recovered from the coma, was operating at high speed. Nian Bing immediately understood who Feng Nu was referring to. He nodded and said, "You're right. The girl who launched the spell is most likely to become the new master of the lost continent. However, she is the daughter of Evil Moon. Evil Moon has already awakened, but Feng Nu sighed softly and said, "You don't need to worry too much about this. When we brought her back, she also had a companion called Ping Chao, who is a vampire count. Although Ping Chao is a vampire, his evil aura is not strong. We talked with him and also learned what happened between Evil Moon and his daughter. This months of evil was really vicious. The spell he got needed a saintess of absolute Yin to complete. In order to complete the spell, he deliberately gave birth to his daughter, Yu with the vampire queen. Not long ago, he forced his own daughter to be a sacrifice to complete the spell. According to Ping Chao, although Yu is usually a little childish, she did not inherit her father's evil. So, when Yu wakes up, I think we should have a good talk with her and listened to her feelings about the lost continent. Nian Bing sighed and said, "Another poor child. Although she has parents, it's better not to have them." Hearing Yu Yu's experience, he couldn't help but think of himself in his childhood. He suddenly had a good impression of Yu Yu. It was not the first time he saw Yu Yu. That time when Yu Yu and Kitty had a conflict, he just happened to arrive. Although they only met face to face, with his memory, he still remembered Yu Yu's appearance. Garamandes said, "Let's wait for 3 more days. If this Yu Yu girl still doesn't wake up, we can only take her to the edge of the lost continent to have a look. I don't know whether our choice is right or not, but the war between the lost continent and the godly continent is inevitable." Nian Bing nodded. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked Feng Nu. That day, Big Brother Halogen was knocked out. "How is he now?" Feng Nu smiled and said, "Don't worry, Big Brother Halogen's armor defense is very strong. He's fine." Before returning to Ice Moon City, he had already woken up. Now his injury has already recovered. Right now, the only person who isn't worried about the lost continent is him. These few days he's been extremely excited. If it wasn't for the fact that you're still unconscious, I think he would have already run to the lost continent. Nian Bing sighed in relief and said, "Chin Chin, I'll have to trouble you to go to the Imperial Palace and ask Yen Feng about the situation at the Tiandang mountain range for me. I'll go see that Yu Yu girl now." As he said that, he took out the keepsake that Yen Feng gave him from the spatial ring and handed it to Lan Chen. Lan Chen nodded and turned to leave. Nian Bing stood up and moved his body again. Under the lead of Feng Nu and Garamandes, he walked towards the room where Yu Yu was staying. The place where they were staying was a big hotel. When they first returned to Ice Moon City, because of the special identity of the 7 Dragon Kings and the fact that Nian Bing's subordinates were from the Blood Lion sect, Bing Ling made the decision to book the entire hotel and temporarily stay here. After more than 10 days, the slight earthquake had already disappeared. Because Bing Ling was worried about her son's safety, he didn't return to the Ice God Tower. This time, when she brought people out, the funny thing was that she actually left her husband, Nian Bing's father, Rong Tian, in the Ice God Tower with some junior disciples to guard there. One had to know that Rong Tian was a fire magician. Yu Yu stayed in a dark room. This was specially requested by Ping Chao. There were people who lived in the dark and were very sensitive to sunlight. If they were exposed to too much sunlight, it would cause quite a bit of damage to their bodies. When Nian Bing and the other 2 knocked on the door, the one who opened the door was actually Kitty. When Kitty saw that Nian Bing had woken up, she immediately became as happy as a little bird. She chattered nonstop, causing Nian Bing to feel awkward. On the other hand, Feng Nu didn't intend to help her. She smiled as she looked at the kitty who had already matured into a young lady but still had a childish temper and acted coquettishly with Nian Bing. Garamandes rubbed Kitty's head and said, "Little girl, you must be proud of yourself now. You actually killed 6 gods in one go. There was even a 13th level expert among them. Facts have proven that you have already taken over your father's position as the #1 summoning magician on the continent." When she heard Garamandes mention her father, the smile on Kitty's face immediately disappeared. She lowered her head and said, "I have finally avenged my father and mother. Those people who killed them have already been killed by my little pets. I think my father will be very happy when he finds out." Nian Bing hugged Kitty's shoulder and consoled her. "Kitty, be good. Don't be sad. Uncle Hillard also hopes that you will always be happy. Be happy." Kitty lightly nodded and suddenly said, "Oh, right, Nian Bing Gij. My father is no longer here. I am the only one left in the white race. According to our contract with the dragons, I can also choose one of the 7 Dragon King to be my companion. I have already made my choice." Nian Bing looked at her in surprise. Kitty was already strong enough. The strength of her summons added together was extremely terrifying, especially with the assistance of the fox's magic. If a Dragon King was added to the mix, she might directly rise to the 14th level. Then, who will Kitty choose? Kitty giggled and said, I can't choose Uncle Katerios. He is the future dragon god. And I can't choose Aunt Dementetti either. She can't leave Uncle Katerios. I also can't choose Uncle Katerios. He has already helped us white race a lot. It's time for him to rest. Aunt Sasaris is too cold. Kitty is a bit afraid of her. As for Big Fatso, he looks like he can eat a lot. Kitty is afraid that he will eat me poor. Uncle Garamandes has a wife, so I can't choose him. Naturally, I will choose the remaining one. Nian Bing laughed and said, Kitty, you call the Dragon King uncles, but now I call them big brothers. Isn't our seniority a bit messy? Wow. What did you say? Don't tell me you chose that space Dragon King Kadires, who likes to sow discord? He looked at Kitty in surprise. The weakest of the 7 Dragon Kings is Kadires. This Space Dragon King only has the ability to escape. He is the strongest of the 7 Dragon Kings. Thinking that Kadires' degree of lasciviousness is not inferior to Fox, Nian Bing thought of those filthy men who specialize in seducing little girls. Garamandes looked at Nian Bing with a smile that is not a smile and said, Brother, don't think that your precious little sister is at a disadvantage. Actually, the one who is at a disadvantage is that guy Kadires. You didn't see it. These few days, that lazy guy Kadires was tortured by Kitty to the point that he wants to die. Nian Bing looked at Garamandes in surprise, but Kitty said with some embarrassment, Actually, I didn't do anything. Uncle Kadires is very good to me. Whatever I tell him to do, he will do it. Moreover, we should have signed an equal contract, but he was careless. At that time, he was too excited. He said the wrong incantation, and it became a master-slave contract. He became a pet like my little pets. Nian Bing opened her eyes wide. No way, Kadires even made this kind of mistake. Actually, Kadires was too excited at that time. When he heard that such a beautiful little girl like Kitty had chosen him, he was too excited. When he was chanting the incantation, he didn't pay too much attention. In a short while, the equal contract became a master-slave contract. He became Kitty's real pet and not her partner. These few days, Kadires was depressed to death. One must know that under the effect of the master-slave contract, he had already lost his freedom. As long as Kitty was willing, she could make him do anything. He had no ability to resist. Garamandes laughed. Kadires, that guy Kadires deserved it. Who told him to be too excited? His mind was full of filth. This time, it was time for him to suffer a little. With the restriction of the master-slave contract, even if he becomes a member of the evil world, he can't harm his master. This time you can rest assured. Let's go, we will go in and see you. When everyone arrived at the inner room, Ping Chao, who was sitting on the bed, hastily stood up. His tall stature was somewhat reserved, and his expression when looking at Nian Bing was somewhat strange. Actually, this couldn't be blamed on him. When he learned that Nian Bing had destroyed 2 main gods by herself, Nian Bing's appearance naturally gave him an invisible pressure. Nian Bing walked to Ping Chao's side and looked at Yu Yu, who was lying on the bed. Yu Yu was lying there. Her expression was very calm. Her eyes were closed, her eyelashes were long, her face was rosy, and her chest was slightly moving up and down, showing that she was still alive. Her current appearance was very peaceful. Nian Bing's psychic power swept Yu Yu's body through the Tian Yen acupoint and immediately sensed a strange energy emitting from Yu Yu's body. His psychic power was unexpectedly unable to penetrate her body. He couldn't help but be shocked by this discovery. How is she? Is there still no sign of her waking up? Nian Bing asked Ping Chao. Ping Chao sighed and said, since the completion of the incantation that day, she has been like this. Occasionally she would let out some sleep-talking sounds, but I couldn't hear what she was saying. Your people have already tried several times to use their energy to wake her up. However, there seems to be an invisible energy inside Yu Yu's body, preventing your people from transferring their energy into her body. Nian Bing nodded and said, it seems that she has to wake up on her own. Ping Chao seemed to want to say something, but didn't say it. He looked at Nianbing with a trace of hesitation in his eyes. Nianbing smiled and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. Everyone is here. I don't treat you as an enemy. Even Xie you can repent, let alone you. The evil aura on your body is not heavy, so you shouldn't have done too many outrageous things. I can see that you are very concerned about Yu. Ping Chao nodded and said, "I've watched Yu grow up since she was a child. She should have called me uncle. She should have called me by my name. After all, I am the servant of the Demon Lord. However, since Yu has the ability to speak, she has always been willing to call me Big Brother. I really miss the way she used to call me." This time, the blow Yu received was too big. Before she opened the seal, I could feel the despair in her heart. She was completely disappointed in her parents. Now, Sina is dead and the Demon Lord is gone. I am afraid that she will not be able to bear it when she wakes up. Nianbing, you're Nianbing, right? I hope that if Yu wakes up, you will let us leave. You can rest assured that we will not do anything evil. Can you? Nianbing looked at Ping Chao's urgent eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong with that? I don't have the right to restrict your freedom. However, there is one thing I have to say in advance." Miordaz's sealing bottle opened under Yuyu's incantation. The lost continent should have returned to this world. I hope that after Yu wakes up, you can persuade her to tell us the situation at that time. The lost continent for our Yangon continent, we don't know whether it is a disaster or a blessing. We must be prepared first. Then you can leave. We won't stop you. Ping Chao thought for a moment. Said, "I can't promise you this. If Yu doesn't want to say it, how can I force her? I can only say that I will try to persuade her. We are different. You belong to the righteous and we are evil." Nianbing interrupted Ping Chao's words. "What is righteousness? What is evil? Under certain conditions, justice and evil can transform each other. I have never looked down on you. I also hope that you can value yourself. Evil Moon is gone, and you have no intention to continue his evil career. Under this premise, I think we can be friends." Ping Chao looked at Nianbing in surprise. Nianbing also looked at him with a smile. He saw sincerity from the smile. Sincerity without any impurities. With a sigh, Ping Chao said, "Perhaps Yu is right. I should not belong to the dark world. Thank you, friend. You have calmed my heart a lot." As he said, he reached out his hand to Nianbing. However, when he saw the pitch-black nails on his hand, he instinctively retracted his hand. However, at this moment, Nianbing's strong hand had already grabbed his cold hand. "Believe me, we will become friends. Let's wait for Yu to wake up. It's over. For you, what you will face is a new beginning. You and Yu will be reborn, won't you?" Ping Chao smiled. After coming here, his face showed a smile for the first time. "Thank you. As long as Yu can wake up, it will be the greatest gift from God to me. Yes, we have been reborn. We no longer belong to anyone but ourselves." Nianbing looked at Ping Chao's smile and knew that he must have untied some knot in his heart. When Ping Chao looked at Yu, he saw a kind of look similar to his own. This kind of look only appeared when he looked at his wife. Taking a step forward, Nianbing sat down on Yu's bed. Kitty came to his side and whispered, "Nianbing Gidge, you have to find a way to save her. Let her wake up quickly." Nianbing looked at Kitty and said with a smile, "I remember that you two had a fight. Don't you hate her?" Kitty shook her head and said, "I only hate those murderers who killed our people. Yu is so pitiful. She and Kitty are the same. They don't have a father and a mother. How can I hate her? I just hope that she can wake up soon." Kitty's kindness touched the hearts of everyone present. Nianbing took Yu's hand and held her wrist. He didn't inject his innate qi or his own magic elements. He slowly closed his eyes, and a soft green light gradually lit up on his chest. Including Ping Chao, everyone in the room clearly felt a very comfortable feeling. It was as if a warm spring breeze was blowing on their bodies. That warm feeling instantly spread all over their bodies. After a while, their bodies showed different degrees of changes. Ping Chao felt it the most. Because he hadn't sucked blood for many days, he was now very weak. But in this breath full of life, the discomfort in his body disappeared in an instant. It was a strange feeling. Everything around him became so beautiful. The soft green light enveloped Nian Bing's body. Nian Bing didn't directly inject it into Yu Yu's body. Instead, he controlled the green qi to surround Yu Yu's body and carefully penetrated her body through her skin. No matter what kind of energy a person cultivated, as long as they were living creatures, the breath of life was very important to them. Only the undead would be afraid of this kind of pure life energy. When everyone in the room felt the breath full of life, Yu Yu's body suddenly trembled. Her hand, which was held by Nian Bing, suddenly grabbed Nian Bing's wrist. Her long fingernails pierced Nian Bing's skin. Fortunately, Nian Bing's skin was extremely tough. It was only sunken, but not damaged. "Ah, Brother Ping Chao, Mom, don't die." In the exclamation, Yu Yu suddenly sat up. Her eyes were full of fear, and her forehead was covered with a layer of fine sweat in an instant. Ping Chao hurried forward, resisting the excitement in his heart. He took Yu Yu's hand from Nian Bing and said softly, "Yu Yu, Brother Ping Chao is here, I'm here. How are you? Are you better?" Yu Yu's chest rose and fell quickly. Her lifeless eyes gradually recovered some spirit, looking at Ping Chao beside her, and then looking at Nian Bing and others in front of the bed. Her mind was quickly recovering. Garamandes just wanted to say something, but was stopped by Nian Bing. Nian Bing whispered, she just woke up. "Let her rest for a while. Let's go back first." Yu Yu's mental state was not very good. Besides, Nian Bing hoped that Ping Chao could persuade her to tell what happened at that time. Now was not the time to be anxious. Garamandes nodded. The two people, Feng Nu and Kitty, were just about to leave when they heard Yu Yu's cold voice. "Don't go, I have something to say." Nian Bing looked back at Yu Yu and saw that her eyes had calmed down. Her hands were holding Ping Chao's big hand tightly. She looked at Nian Bing and others and said, "What about my father? Was he killed by you?" Nian Bing asked, "If I told you that Evil Moon had been killed by us, what would you do?" A smile appeared on Yu Yu's face, and she gave an incredible answer. "I would be very happy. He shouldn't have existed in this world." Chapter 226. Nian Bing shuddered. "Do you hate him that much?" Yu Yu faintly said, "I have repaid what I owed him. He gave me life, and I also used my life to help him once. Between us, we don't owe each other anything. I have nothing to do with him. If there is anything, there is only hatred. Mother died to protect me. If it weren't for him, Mother wouldn't have died. Until that moment, I didn't know that Mother loved me." Nian Bing sighed. "It seems that your memory is only retained at the time of your mother's death. You said you have something to say. What do you want to say to us?" Yu Yu gradually calmed down and faintly said, "You cooperated with my father for the sake of the lost continent. No matter what your purpose is, I think you want to know the situation of the lost continent. And the real situation, I'm afraid, only I know. I'll tell you now." "Wait a minute." Garamandes suddenly stopped Yu Yu from speaking. Looking at Yu Yu's murderous eyes, he said, "Girl, before you speak, let me tell you what happened after you fell into a coma. Maybe it will be good for you." At that moment, he told Yu Shiyue's last words, as well as the fact that he gave the arm with the magic seed to Cateriosis in detail. When Garamandes talked about the few words that Shiyue said before he left, Yu Yu's expression changed slightly. There was a bit of sadness in the coldness. He said that he actually gave up what he wanted most. Yu Yu's eyes were full of doubts. Garamandes said, "I didn't want to believe your father at first, but everything I said is true. This can't be changed." Yu Yu indifferently said, "So what?" "He has already done it." There is no medicine for regret in the world. Can he let my mother be reborn? Ping Chao clenched Yu Yu's hand and whispered, Yu Yu, don't be like this. I think the demon lord must have thought it through. Yu Yu shook her head and said, whether he thinks it through or not has nothing to do with me. From the moment I started to chant the first incantation, I was no longer his daughter. Now, I'm an orphan without parents. Brother Pingxiang, do you still want me? Yes, of course. Unless I die, otherwise, I will always be by your side to protect you. Ping Chao excitedly held Yu Yu tightly, as if he wanted to use his heart to warm Yu Yu's cold aura. Yu Yu's spirit was lifted up a little, and she gently broke free from Ping Chao's arms. He looked at Nianbing and said, Perhaps you are wondering why I took the initiative to tell you what I know. It was actually very simple. I need your help. Nianbing said, Go ahead. I think I understand what you mean. Yu Yu sat up on the bed. He looked straight at Nianbing, said, The lost continent has returned. After the incantation ended, the seal was gently released. Right now, I was also wondering why the continent of gods had used so much energy to send it away. How could it return just by unlocking a seal? But now I know. Because after the incantation ended, I wasn't really in a coma. Instead, I received information from the lost continent. I don't know where the information came from, but I saw the changes of the lost continent in the past 10,000 years, as well as the scene when it left our world 10,000 years ago. Everyone's attention was focused. No one disturbed Yu Yu. Silence as they listened to her. 10,000 years ago, I don't know where the continent of gods gathered such a huge amount of energy. They actually opened the door of time and forcibly removed the entire lost continent from our world. However, the amount of energy required to transfer a large continent was too large. Therefore, the people of the godly mainland could only seal the gate of time the moment the lost continent was sent away, allowing the lost continent to stay in another world. However, it kept pacing back and forth outside the gate of time, pacing back and forth outside the seal. After all, it belongs to our world. There has always been a connection between our world, and it is like a tough rope that has been pulling the lost continent. It is only because of the obstruction of the seal that it can't be pulled back. And Miorda's bottle of sealing is the key to opening this seal. Maybe you don't believe it, but the current me doesn't have a trace of blood in my body. All of my blood essence is needed to open Morda's bottle of sealing. Nianbing said in surprise, Is it the red light ball that condensed in front of you? Yu Yu nodded and said, That's right, it is that light ball. However, I didn't die. My blood became a sacrifice, but my body received the energy that returned when the seal was broken. Now the energy is my blood. It can be said that in that incantation, I went through a process of rebirth. After the seal was finally opened, there was nothing that could stop the lost continent from returning. Therefore, it came back. Under the invisible guidance, it returned to our world. In the past, I heard Evil Moon talk about the Great War of the Gods. If you are worried that the lost continent will be able to resist the continent of gods, but it will also bring trouble to the Yangon continent, then you are all wrong. Nianbing asked anxiously, Why? Could it be that the lost continent? Yu Yu said, That's right. The current lost continent is no longer the lost continent of the past. 10,000 years ago, the lost continent was a beautiful place. At that time, there were all kinds of strange creatures growing on the lost continent. Even the current Yangon continent can't change that scene. However, the Great War of the Gods destroyed the ecological balance of the lost continent. When the lost continent was sent to another world, it lost its support in our world. The remaining plants withered, the rivers dried up, and everything went from good to ugly. When I finished the incantation, images kept flashing in front of my eyes. I can confirm that it was everything that happened in the lost continent in the past 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, the changes of the lost continent were shocking. The originally prosperous continent had become abnormally barren. Even a drop of water could become a treasure on the lost continent. After 10,000 years, the population of the lost continent not only didn't increase, but also kept decreasing. Only the strongest races and humans were able to survive. In the past 10,000 years, not only did the lost continent not develop into a power that could compete with the godly mainland, but it was also constantly declining. Their civilization was also gradually disappearing. Now, there wasn't even a single city on the lost continent. Only the last water source had a few creatures living there. Now that they have returned, the harsh environment has changed. However, I don't know how long it will take for them to recover their vitality. Silence. The room fell into silence. Nian Bing's brain was working quickly. Through the heaven's eye acupuncture point, he knew that everything Yu said was from the bottom of her heart. There were no lies. He had thought of many situations after returning from the lost continent. He had also thought that it might decline, but from the information he got from Yu, the lost continent was not as simple as declining. In a short period of time, when the last water source disappeared, the lost continent would be destroyed. Perhaps the lost continent would become a dead continent. Taking a deep breath, Nian Bing forced himself to calm down. He looked at Yu and said, "So, you hope that we can help the lost continent. Is that so?" Yu smiled. Her smile was a little sad. Evil Moon tried so hard to become the master of the lost continent. I'm afraid that he never thought that the lost continent would only have a few tens of thousands of refugees left. Even survival would be a problem. Ridiculous. Really ridiculous. Nian Bing sighed and said, "Your father isn't the only one who is laughable. Didn't we also think that the return of the lost continent would bring a period of peace to the Yangon continent? Didn't we also think that the return of the lost continent would bring peace to the Yangon continent? However, the place we return to is the bridge between the God's continent and the Yangon continent. Even ordinary God's continent could easily come to the Yangon continent. If I'm not wrong, you, who gave up all your essence blood for the return of the lost continent, have now become the true master of the lost continent." Yu laughed self-deprecatingly. "Yes, you are very smart. When the images were over, I heard a voice. The voice said, 'Welcome, our goddess.' God, I hate this word, but I became the goddess of those tens of thousands of refugees. The last image was of my figure turning into an illusion and appearing in front of the remaining races of the lost continent. I saw their eyes filled with hope and saw their pious eyes. Can you tell me, what should I do now? In this kind of situation, what need do I have to hide?" Nian Bing smiled bitterly. "Now, I also want to know what to do. However, the only thing I can think of now is that we need to think of a way to deal with the God's continent's revenge." Garamendi said, "Nian Bing, you don't have to worry too much. Although the God's continent is very wary of the lost continent, they have always been very cautious. Now that the lost continent has returned, if they are not fully prepared, they will not act rashly. Although our strength is not enough to contend against them. But with us dragons and you, we will not be destroyed so easily. Moreover, according to Yu, only those who can adapt to the environment will be able to survive. Who knows? There might be some who are stronger than us. In the worst case, we still have the Rangoon continent as our backing. There are 4 great empires in the Rangoon continent with tens of millions of people. There are large amounts of resources that can be used. As long as they are properly distributed, they will definitely be a threat to the God's continent. The number of God's continent is less than 10,000, and the true experts are less than 100. This time they have lost a master god and more than 10 god and half-god experts. It can be said that their losses are disastrous." Nian Bing sighed. "Right now we can only take one step at a time. I hope that the God's continent can prepare for a period of time, so that we can have time to prepare for their arrival. Miss Yu, you should know where the refugees of the lost continent are, right? You should rest for a few more days. When your body has fully recovered, we will set off." Yu said somewhat helplessly, "There is no need to rest. I am fine now and can set off at any time. In the past, I never thought that I could do anything. I just wanted to live together with brother Heping Chow. But now, when I think of the hope in the eyes of the lost continent's people, I feel that I have a lot of responsibilities. Thank you for being willing to help me. Nien Bing smiled and said, There's nothing to thank me for. We're just trying to protect the Yangon continent. The lost continent is the springboard from the God's continent to the Rangoon continent. Once the God's continent discovers the true situation of the lost continent, after the refugees of the lost continent are killed, the next target will be the Rangoon continent. So, we're just protecting ourselves. Nien Bing said, No, it is better for you to rest for a few more days. I think that although the essence blood in your body has turned into energy, it does not mean that you are an energy body. The energy in your body is very strange. It is complementing your original darkness energy, maintaining your life. Just now, I used my life energy to stimulate your body's functions. I think that in a few days, your essence blood will recover. At that time, as long as you carefully understand your own energy, your strength will definitely increase by a large level. For us, with every bit of strength increase, we will have more confidence in fighting against the God's continent. Moreover, I need to deal with some things in these few days. Since the lost continent has returned, I think that many people will be interested in that place. Yu Yu was stunned for a moment. She saw the light of wisdom in Nien Bing's eyes. Nien Bing thought very far. At that time, the dragon god had told him that the lost continent was even larger than the Rangoon continent. Although the lost continent was no longer the lost continent of the past, it was because it lacked all kinds of things to survive in the different space. But now that it had returned, it was an opportunity for the 4 great empires of the Rangoon continent. With this opportunity, as long as it was used well, the 4 great empires could help them deal with the God's continent. After all, they also had the responsibility to protect the Rangoon continent. After leaving Yu Yu's room, Nien Bing returned to his room. He asked for a pen and paper and immediately wrote 3 letters. After writing the letters, he had Yin Ti send someone to send them out. The 3 letters were to Prince Rong of the Huarong Empire, Luo Ro of the Ottoman Empire, and Mu Jing of the Longmu Empire. When he finished writing the letters, Lan Qin had also returned. How is it? Chin Chin, are there any signs of the Tian shaking mountain range? Nien Bing asked. Lan Qin said, 2 days ago, Marshal Snow Soul sent a letter back saying that there was a huge earthquake in the Tian shaking mountain range. Many mountains have collapsed. Fortunately, they were stationed at the edge, so they weren't affected. When the letter was sent, the earthquake was still going on. Nien Bing nodded and said, The return of the lost continent will have a huge impact on our world. I will go see Yan Feng now. It's time to talk to him. Although the Frozen Moon Empire and Alin Empire are the weakest among the 4 empires, they're the closest to the Tian shaking mountain range. Moreover, they have formed an alliance with the Longmu Empire. If we can do something before the people of the Huarong Empire arrive, I think it will be very beneficial for the distribution of the lost continent in the future. After all, the Huarong Empire is too far away from the lost continent. Lan Chen's heart moved and said, Just now, I heard about the situation of the lost continent from Sister. Bing, you mean you want the 4 empires of the Rangoon continent to occupy the lost continent? Nien Bing smiled and said, The lost continent is lacking a lot of things. Like a wasteland, what it needs the most is to reclaim it. Such a vast land will attract the attention of the 4 empires sooner or later. According to Yu Yu, there are only a few tens of thousands of people in the lost continent. Since it's like this, why can't the 4 empires divide such a large land? It seems like the 4 empires are really going to develop in a balanced direction this time. Now, only by using this point can the 4 empires send their troops to the lost continent. What the lost continent lacks the most now is water. However, once it returns, it will be like the Rangoon continent, with at least 3 sides facing the sea. I think as the rain increases, if we can gather some water and ice magicians, we can create artificial lakes. Near the coast, using the water element, we should be able to create some artificial lakes. This way, it won't be difficult for the lost continent to gradually develop. Lan Qin said with some doubt, Nian Bing, the most important thing for us now should be to deal with those gods. The development of the lost continent is not something we should care about. Nian Bing smiled and said, The lost continent is very important. He said, To the 4 countries, the lost continent is extremely important. If the lost continent is not suitable for survival, then their influence will be reduced. When the gods of God's great land attack, we are the only ones who can face them. However, if the 4 empires find out that the lost continent is a very fertile land, with the size of the lost continent, what do you think they will do? I think they will definitely send a lot of troops. They will try to occupy a part of it and reclaim it. Now, although we don't know the situation of the lost continent, but such a large piece of land, I don't believe that the 4 empires will not be tempted. Although the gods are powerful, but there are only about 100 of them. The rest, their strength is mostly at the 11th level or even lower. If we can gather all the elite forces in the Rangoon continent, we may be able to fight against them. Therefore, what we need to do now is very simple. That is to arouse the ambitions of the 4 empires, and then use them cleverly. Lan Qin suddenly said, I understand what you mean. There shouldn't be a problem for you to use the Ice Moon Empire. When Yan Feng mentions you, he definitely admires you. Moreover, now that Mother controls the Ice God Tower, the entire Ice Moon Empire can be said to be under your control. As for the other 3 empires, they have some connections. If we want to make good use of the 4 empires, you are the key. Nian Bing smiled and said, Your analysis is very correct. Now I am the key. To me, the most important thing is to make good use of it. All right, you go and rest for a while. You must be tired from taking care of me these days. I will go and discuss with Yan Feng. After all, the Ice Moon Empire is our foundation. This time, we have to let the Ice Moon Empire get some benefits. In his heart, he already had a plan. Of the 4 empires, the one he didn't need to worry about the most was the Huarong Empire. The Huarong Empire was already powerful enough, far surpassing the other 3 empires. The Ice Moon Empire and Alin Empire were relatively weaker. However, the heaven-shaking mountain range was within the Ottoman Empire. As long as they cooperated well and quickly occupied the other side of the heaven-shaking mountain range, the development of the 2 empires would be much better in the future. As for what the Longmu Empire would get, it would depend on Mu Jing's influence on the Longmu Empire, as well as how much importance the Longmu Empire placed on the lost continent. 3 days later, Nian Bing brought a total of 30,000 people and stepped onto the road to the heaven-shaking mountain range. Of the 30,000 people, other than the 600 elites from the Bloodlion sect and experts like Nian Bing, the rest were all talents that Nian Bing and Yan Feng had discussed. Among them, there were the 100 ice magicians that Nian Bing had brought from the Ice God Tower and the 500 magicians that were personally led by Long Ling's father, the Ice Moon Empire's magician guild president Long Ji. The rest were people who didn't have any battle strength. 30,000 people, a total of 30 carriages of resources, majestically headed towards the heaven-shaking mountain range. The Ice Moon Empire didn't need to send any more troops. The elites that Marshal Shui Pa had brought were more than enough to handle everything. The Ice Moon Empire's biggest advantage was that it was far away from the Huarong Empire. The 2 neighboring empires were allies, so they didn't need to worry about defense. This time, Wang Feng made up his mind and cooperated with Nian Bing completely. These 3,000 carriages of resources were only the first batch. When Nian Bing left, Yan Feng had already mobilized the entire nation to gather as many resources and talents as possible without affecting the production of the nation. When Nian Bing told Yan Feng about the situation of the lost continent in detail, Yan Feng had a premonition that whether he would become the wisest ruler in the history of the Ice Moon Empire would depend on this. And it was because of Nian Bing's help, and because he was the highest decision-maker in the Ice Moon Empire, that the Ice Moon Empire had the possibility of gaining the upper hand. When he was discussing with the ministers, the plan that he and Nian Bing came up with was unanimously approved. Therefore, the entire nation didn't meet with any resistance and was in full swing. Even Nian Bing didn't think that Yan Feng would give her unreserved support. This time, she was even more confident. When Nian Bing led her people to leave Ice Moon City and head towards the heaven-shaking mountain range, the 3 letters that she sent out caused huge waves in the other 3 empires. Among them, the Ottoman Empire reacted the fastest. With the development of the Ottoman Empire in the past few years, Luo Ro's influence in the Ottoman Empire grew day by day. The king of the Ottoman Empire saw that his country was growing stronger day by day, and his trust in Luo Ro deepened. Moreover, Luo Ro had the support of the Ottoman Empire's #1 military officer, Lan Chen, and Feng Nu's father, Duke Lan Yu. After a few days of careful consideration, the Ottoman Empire also made their own choice. Other than the 50,000 elites that were sent to the heaven-shaking mountain range, the entire nation's army was mobilized and stationed at the border between the Huarong Empire and the Qilu Empire. Luo Ro followed the instructions of the Lord of Faith and gathered a large amount of resources in the shortest time possible, and headed towards the heaven-shaking mountain range. Although the heaven-shaking mountain range was in the Ottoman Empire's territory, the distance from Ice Moon Empire's Ice Moon City to the heaven-shaking mountain range, it was about the same distance as the Ottoman Empire to the heaven-shaking mountain range. When Luo Ro set off with her people, Nian Bing led the elites of the Ice Moon Empire and left for more than half a month ago. At this time, the Longmu Empire and the Huarong Empire were still in an intense debate. Mu Jing's position in the Longmu Empire was very high. This was because of the Gaia goddess domain. She was the target of many forces. At the same time, she was deeply trusted by the Longmu Empire's king. Unfortunately, she was only a girl after all. When she reported this matter to the Longmu Empire's king, it immediately caused a huge wave in the country. Those who supported Mu Jing were the faction led by her brother Mu Rong. Those who opposed it, those who supported it, were the conservative faction of the Longmu Empire. Their reason for opposing it was very simple. It was just a letter, and no one knew whether the lost continent really existed. They all suggested sending people to the lost continent to investigate before coming back with a conclusion. After all, the Longmu Empire was now in an alliance with the Ottoman Empire, so it was not difficult to send people over. However, Mu Jing's opinion was very strong. She hoped that the Longmu Empire would immediately send a large number of troops and resources to the lost continent to explore. She firmly believed that Nian Bing would not do something without thinking. Since the lost continent existed, then the opportunity could not be missed. She naturally understood the principle of first come, first serve. Unfortunately, the king still stood on the conservative side. He felt that there was a threat from the Huarong Empire in the south. Although they had signed a peace treaty, they still had to be on guard. Therefore, it was better to send people to investigate first. A month later, the Longmu Empire received 2 pieces of news at the same time. One was from the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire's army was already stationed at the border with the Huarong Empire, and they requested the Longmu Empire to provide support with resources. The other was from the Scouts. Although the Scouts did not really reach the lost continent, they found a large number of troops and vehicles transporting resources at the Tiandang mountain range. They were all from the Ice Moon Empire and the Ottoman Empire. Only at this time did the Longmu Empire's king feel that something was wrong. After discussing with Mu Jing, he decided to send troops over as well. Before this, not only did he mobilize his own troops to guard the Tiandang mountain range, he also sent a large number of resources to the Ottoman Empire. After all, in order to defend this long and narrow battle line, they needed the cooperation of the Ottoman Empire. Naturally, the Ottoman Empire would not stop the Longmu Empire's actions. Just a large number of resources made it so that they had no reason to stop the Longmu Empire from going through their own territory to the Tiandang mountain range. However, when the Longmu Empire's army moved out, even Luo Ro had already been in the Tiandang mountain range for a month. The Ice Moon Empire's third batch of resources had already passed through the Tiandang mountain range. The Huarong Empire was originally very far away from the Ice Moon Empire, so it was naturally the last to receive the news. Prince Rong's position in the Huarong Empire was naturally not something that Mu Jing could compare to. He also firmly believed in his grandson's words. However, the Huarong Empire was faced with a problem of its own. When they received the news after a discussion between Prince Rong, Prime Minister Su Yu, and Emperor Hua Tian, it was confirmed that the Huarong Empire would also want a share of the lost continent. The Ottoman Empire's army had already arrived at the border. It was obvious that they wanted to prevent the Huarong Empire from going to the lost continent. The Longmu Empire's army also arrived very quickly. Because of the Kilu Empire, although the Huarong Empire was confident in their strength, it was not easy for them to charge through the blockade of the two empires. Moreover, the peace treaty had just been signed, so they naturally did not want to take the risk of provoking the three empires. After careful discussion, the Huarong Empire decided to take another route, which was the sea route. Although it was impossible to reach the lost continent from the Yangon continent, it was possible to reach the lost continent through the sea. Within 2 months, the Huarong Empire and the former Kilu Empire ships brought their most elite troops and large amounts of supplies to be the last to reach the lost continent. Although Nian Bing's 3 letters played a key role, before his letters arrived, the slight earthquake that occurred throughout the Yangon continent became the basis of the 3 empires' trust. In a short period of time, all 4 empires of the Yangon continent mobilized and set off towards the lost continent. They brought not only troops, but also large amounts of supplies and various types of craftsmen. Nian Bing and the others had already been on the lost continent for 3 months. Originally, transporting resources from the steep mountain range was a very difficult task, but Nian Bing and the others were not ordinary people. Under the influence of the earthquake, many parts of the Tiandang mountain range had already collapsed. Nian Bing, Feng Nu, Lan Chun, Halogen, and the 7 Dragon Kings worked together. In just 2 days, they used the collapsed parts of the Tiandang mountain range to open up a flat road. Although it was only a few dozen feet wide, it was enough for the troops to pass through. When they first arrived at the lost continent, they were immediately stunned by the scene in front of them. Just as Yu had said, the lost continent was a desolate land. As far as the eye could see, there was not even a single plant to be seen. The place where the lost continent and the Yangon continent met was the Tiandang mountain range. On both sides of the Tiandang mountain range, one could see a vast ocean. After arriving at the lost continent, Nian Bing ordered all 600 magicians to stay on a plain by the sea to construct a man-made lake. Halogen's forging skills were at the master level, and his destructive power was also at the master level. For ordinary people, opening up a lake was an extremely difficult task, but for him, using the god-slaying axe as a foundation, it only took him a few attacks. This was also under his purposeful control. In just a few days, a huge crater appeared under his tyrannical strength. At this time, water and ice magicians became the key.